that unaona Mkenya, Wakenya wanashindwa kutokea kwa barabara because ya wanaongojea ibust. Yani wako pale tu wanaongojea ibust ndio waende sasa kwa barabara, kama sasa ile problem ya nini ya bill. This is very serious. Yani mimi ile kitu nilikuwa nauliza ni Ubuntu ilienda wapi? Mahali ulikuwa unakosa sukari, unakosa chumvi, unaenda unaangalia neighbor yako anakupatia chumvi, next unaenda unamrudishia na kumchungia mtoto. Ubuntu ilienda wapi? Ukiona neighbor yako ni mgonjwa unalia na yeye. Hii yote imeletwa kwa sababu ya one thing. Ruto aliingililia kanisa. Ruto vile aliingililia kanisa, ame-corrupt au watu wa kanisa wote. Sai ma-reverend, angalia ujinga yenye na happen at reverend anapewa kiti ya kusimamilia river. Na sijui kama atachukua, lakini all the same, these people have been corrupted so much. Yeah?
I can't hear anything.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are. Go ahead.
Jeff, I think you should refresh your mic. Na pia upandishe General China, yuko huko chini anajaribu kupanda juu. So the thing is, Ruto aliingililia kanisa. Kanisa yenye liko pia inasimamilia wa Kenya. Inasimamilia youth. Inajua shida za wamama, inajua mahali shida ziko na wanasimama tunatokea barabarani.
Fabi, I don't know, but
my camera
maybe the
Jeff, refresh.
yeah.
So this is the problem. We have to go back to those churches. Na tuongee nao ma reverend because wanajionaga wako na pesa, wako all night, wamefika pale mbele. Na ndio vile baadaye unaona ukiomtata anasema watu wamekula corruption so much mpaka ni ile yenye afterwards mtu anakuambia ni God. Na ni wizi tu ndio imefanyika. So hawa watu wa kanisa ni lazima tuwaketishe pia chini. Kama wanakuga na hiyo event yao ya clergy, I don't know, sijui reverend, we have to sit with them down because kanisa na politics hazitakikani kushikana. Kanisa na politics zinatakana kuwa very much separate. Why? Because if anything or any problematic law inaingia inapushiwa iingie kwa law, kama sasa for example here Melinda Gates na cronies wake kupewa the possibility ya kufanya anything that they want, government hata kama haiwezi sema much, kanisa inatakana kuja iseme hapana, tulikuwa na shida yenye hii association ya Melinda Gates na walipatia wanawake madawa mbaya na hao wamama wakashindwa kuzaa. Kuna shida ya polio ilipatikana na ni ya Melinda Gates na bwana yake, of which hatuwezi tikia, wakapatiwa only the right the green light ati wafanye vituko zote zenye wanataka kufanya kwa nchi yetu. Kenya I do not know when we sought or even signed ati Kenya itakuwa a pilot country for all the bullshit inatoka huko west ama inatoka huko inatoka huko US. Hiyo ndio nataka kujua ni wapi tulisign tukasema we are welcoming takataka zote zenye ama watu wabaya wote kwa hizi nchi zenye ziko huko nje ndio ziingie nchi ya Kenya zifanye all sorts of. Kuna problem ya so many things. Technology walikuja wakapea watu usijua aende wakaangalie macho, usijua unapigwa macho picha and then afterwards tutalipo ngiri 10, unapata ngiri 10 baada wako wapi? So walipiga picha hiyo ni information yenye iliibwa na hatujui kwenye zilienda wapi. Hakuna. We do not have gatekeepers. Hiyo nchi needs a gatekeeper. Normally the CSS are supposed to be gatekeeping, but they are not doing it. Parliament ndio ilikuwa inatakana kuwa gatekeeper, haifanyi. Then sahi wako kwa kanisa gatekeeping, they are not doing it. Sasa tumewachwa watoto wenye hawana baba na mama. Ni sisi wenyewe tupiganie, na sisi wenyewe tena katikati yetu tunapigana kwa vituko zingine za ujinga. Hata ukiangalia TL unajiuliza ni nini shida na hawa watu. Hawajui mnakuja kubomolewa juu chini, yani hakuna barabara, hakuna njia, hakuna, mmejipata mko ndani ya kikingi na mmefunikwa huko ndani. Ni kukufa tunakufa, ni kuuliwa mnauliwa, lakini mnapigana kwa TL kwa sababu ya one thing or the other. This is very dangerous. So hizo kanisa pia zinatakana ziingililiwe. Kama kesho unaingia kwa kanisa, tafadhali enda ongea na huyo pastor, muulize huyo pastor, what are you doing as civic education? You can do 2 weeks civic education after church. Tulikuwa tunafanya Bible studies za watoto, then afterwards kuna ya wakubwa, and then afterwards mnaingia kwa kanisa main, mnafanywa preaching yenu, and once a while after 1 month tulikuwa tunafanya pia civic education, ndio muelewe so many things zenye na happen. Because watu wengi the only sort of information yenye Wakenya wengine especially hao watu wazee wanapata, si ni watoto wao watawaketisha chini wawasome. These people are proud. The old people are very proud, and they do not want information from their kids. Most of them wanataka kuona kwa news, of which news sasa umeona pia wao wamenyamazishwa kuongea ukweli juu ya Ruto. So the only option they have, wanaenda kwa kanisa, of which wanapatiwa hope, and then on top of that wanaambiwa story ya politician, ama saa zingine politician mwenye anakuja kuongea ujinga yake hapo mbele ya kanisa. This has to stop. We have to stop corrupting schools, churches. Mtoto meji yake ya shuleni iwekwe shule. Ni nini inatolewa kwa shule inapelekwa kwa TL? I was arguing today with a stupid man mwenye ametoa information ati watoto wana dance shule, amechukua ameweka hiyo picha hiyo video anaiweka kwa TL. You ask the person, did this child sign to say that I want my information, my image to be put in TL? And you see the man says, lazima tujienjoy with this sort of a country. That is personal information ya mtoto. Watoto ni wajinga. They have to be protected. If you're a teacher, you have done something wrong when you use such a thing. And these are the things that the church used to stand and say, no, do not touch the kids, do not touch the women. And also the men also have to protect their women, because right now ni kubaya, wanawake wanauliwa everywhere. And you are asking yourself, how did we come to this point? And I know frustration ni mob, I know njaa ni mob, but seriously, unatoa mwili, unatoa mtu maisha, mwanaume unatoa mtu maisha. Anaweza kuwa sister ya mtu, anaweza kuwa mama ya mtu, anaweza kuwa mtoto, yani unatoa. Seriously Kenyans, and you men, you just keep quiet. Muliona wa Somali vile walisimama wakaenda nje barabarani kusema no to this, but hakuna mtu alisimamililia wa Kenya. Ni kama the rest of the Kenyans, they are not people. Somali have a community, Kenyans do not. Msichana mjalua kakufa, nobody will go there. Msichana mkikuya akikufa, nobody will go there. Lakini Msomali akikufa, mtaona the whole country, hata politicians watakanyanga waenda kama msimamililie waseme, oh, this is a very bad thing. Seriously, when did you go wrong? Where did the men go wrong? Ni nini mmekosa ya kusimamililia dadako? I do not want you to love that person. You are not obliged to love the person. Sometimes tumegrow kwa manyumba zenye zinakoga na wazimu, but do not accept anybody to touch that person. Anamtoa maisha kwa nini? Hata kama ni shilingi, hata kama ni pesa. That's why we have police stations. Seriously, that's why we have laws. So if it is a police, that's another issue. But this, kwanza tawa wanatikana kupeleka mbali. Lakini still, wanawake wanauliwa na kuna only one association inaitwa Usikibe ndio inangangana kutoa this thing. Right now wamesema from last week we have more than 5 women who were killed. Seriously, in a week. Na hatujui hizo zingine zenye ziko chini ya maji zenye zinafichwa. Ndio baadaye tunawapata watu wako kwa kuare. Wanaume, please do not favor yourself so much, because huyo sister yako akiuliwa, ujue itakufikia hiyo uchungu. Na hiyo uchungu utaibeba maisha yako yote. iwe ni neighbor yako, mtoto wako ataifeel, because this thing, if it's not a normal death, it will always haunt everybody around them for weeks and weeks. We have this manner of just perusing through the books and saying hiyo imeisha. No. Ndio baadaye mnapata the young people have problems with the depression, and this is one of the reasons as to why we have depression. So can we change? Can we be our brothers keepers? Not only brothers but also sisters. Sisemi muingililie maisha yao, hapana, lakini mkiona kuna mtu anachapa kofi hapa, tafadhali kujeni, saidieni huyo mtu just to know what is wrong. How did we come here? If you see, if there is somebody who was killed, can we precipitate, help each other? Ndio hiyo area ikuwe secure, ndio tujue huyu ni nani aliuliwa, ni ulimuona na nani, huyu ulimuona na nani, ulimuona na nani. Afterwards hiyo kesi itatuliwe, mwenye aliua ashikwe. Tafadhali msikue hivyo, please, tafadhali. Na churches, we have to sit with them down and make sure that they understand their real mandates. Because I think right now they have forgotten their real mandates and they have gone to politics. It's not even about politicking, but they have to know. If they are going to go to politics, they close those churches? Let them close those churches. Thank you very much.
Calm down.
Thank you, Anna. Let's go to Good Boy. Good Boy KE.
Hi, good. Should I say good evening? Hi, guys.
Yeah, can be good evening, good morning, wherever someone is.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you for the opportunity. Most of the time I've been quiet in the spaces. I just join, listen, and then, gather a couple of points and then note them down. So, first point is I appreciate the idea that you've brought out initially regarding the organization in the movement, structure, and also we need such like a trust fund for accountability purposes, because accountability is very important. I'm sure you saw Hanifa, the way she did her accountability thing or exercise regarding the funds that she was responsible for during that time when things were heated up. She did a very good job regarding that. Of course, probably there could be some things that maybe she didn't do perfectly, but at some point she did a good job in terms of, giving out accountability to the people that contributed that huge amount of money. And many people were satisfied, and that story went like that. People were satisfied. Accountability is very important. You can't say that I'm not perfect, and every time you say I'm not perfect, I have mistakes. I don't buy that. We are not perfect, I understand, but you can't repeat every time saying that you are not perfect and I'm bound to make mistakes. That sounds like someone is using that particular narrative to take advantage or to push their agenda. So accountability is very critical in a movement. Secondly, would like to disagree to a certain point with you and Mizani regarding the Ruto must go hashtag, taking into consideration that I'm one of the people that also pushes that particular hashtag on social media. So hashtags are basically you could say the primary or the secondary or the second key thing that runs the social media. You can imagine without social media, without any hashtag, then that won't do the purpose of social media, because hashtag tend to inform people, to enlighten people, and to even at some point in quotes incite people on a positive thing, let me say it that way. So the hashtag of Ruto must go plays an important role in the movement. Basically, it keeps the fire burning, and also without hashtags, again, social media can't be fully utilized. So in fact, Ruto must go hashtag, you can imagine it reached the ground, and people, whenever politicians touched the ground, probably to do their stuff and all that, people always chant that particular hashtag. So you can imagine how powerful this hashtag has been to even to the ground, and it really, makes the politicians shake a little, and they get disgraced and all that until they move out to wherever they are by that particular hashtag. So Ruto must go hashtag is very critical in this particular time, and at the same time, it should actually go hand in hand with action, which actually that's why we are here planning, exchanging ideas on how the way forward, on how we are going to conquer this particular monster that we are confronting. And then finally, in the culmination of June 25th, if you noticed, in the culmination of June 25th, people used TikTok. In fact, people utilized social media a lot, big time. For example, TikTok, X, Instagram, and others, basically to do civic education regarding the finance bill. People translated, people took all their time to dissect that particular bill so that people could understand. People sacrificed. Even I saw some people asking for resources for people that knew maybe this particular language, this particular local language, maybe Luya, Luo, etc., Kikuyu, Kamba, etc., basically to translate that particular finance bill. And it did really well, and it culminated to the June 25th. And we could also do the same regarding these bills that have been fronted. We can translate them. We can, enlighten people using the local languages here and there on TikTok, on X, and Instagram, as also things are going on in court, so that people can also be enlightened both on social media and also on the ground. I love what KOT is doing and other people. So we can also go hard on the same regarding the bills and everything that's being introduced to us. So basically, I could say those are my submissions. Thank you for that opportunity.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good boy. Wonderful submission. MK. MK. MK, if you can hear me, open the mic. MK, when you request the mic, you come, I don't know, you are sleeping or you are into something else. It's better you wait. You do whatever you are doing so that when you request the mic, you are good to go. Yeah, I see a lot of people agree with what Good Boy is saying, because even the Bible has been translated to many languages, and hii ni vitu ambavyo tutakutana nao miaka karibu hatujui elfu ngapi inayokuja. Then what about zile vitu ambao inatupata kwa sasa? So I believe yes, those bills need to be translated in languages that we understand. But yeah, as we say that first we have to strengthen the movement. We have different wings. Tutakuwa sana wala ambao, the constitutional part wale hasa ambao watakuwa wanafanya civic education, they will have those bills translated so that when you are going to mashinani, you can be able to communicate in a language that they understand, because kuna lugha ingine ambao ukiwaambia vile wanaelewa, especially kama hii agriculture bill, if you can translate and educate those farmers about what it says, na hii ingine ya maji, they'll be very mad. Hata hiyo siku atakwambia twende tuandamane saa hii usiku. Really. So what what important is that, yeah, we need to communicate in a language that, you know, we understand each other. Wale watu ambao tunaenda, you know, kwa mitaani, tunahitaji pia, you know, those people that they are conversant with Cheng, so that when you are talking with those comrades, they can also understand your language. Unaweza enda na Kizungu fasihi, Kiswahili fasihi, and then wow, mkakosa kuelewana. MK, are you ready? MK. Okay. Maybe you need to drop and come back. Yeah, so kindly, those are the listeners, continue requesting the mic. Wacha tupate monitor for tofauti. And we need solutions. Well, now we are going to do, going the way forward. Now we need to strengthen the movement. Kindly request the mic and let's keep on continue sharing so that we can be able to have many voices, the collective voices that we need. Jeffy, do you have anything that you want to add on?
Thank you, Fabrice. I think we're having a very good conversation, and the most part for me that really adds up is people work. Watu wameamka. Ruto ndo alikuwa amesema wajinga walisha Kenya, na ni kweli wameisha Kenya. It is true. We have their radar. So how would I put this? Mimi naweza taka kusema when we come here, of course we are troublous. We are Kenyans, all of us, and we accommodate any idea from whatever background. That's okay. If it works for the movement, we're good to go. When we come here and someone talks anything against the movement, we don't attack the community. We are about that ideology. So far, we are doing very good. Mimi nataka kitu moja peke yake. If there's anything that is going to remove Ruto from the government, if you can actually tell us a strategy of how that can be materialized, more than welcome. Yeah, so Fabish, that is all that I have to say.
Yeah, we have had a very productive conversation. We have to understand also and learn to value, you know, ourselves and our lives, as Anna had said earlier. Sababu hapa Kenya, you know, watu wanauawa, mili zinaokotwa, and we continue as if nothing happens. If more than 40 dead bodies were retrieved Kware, na mpaka leo Wakenya hata tushatoka huku tushasahau kabisa, as if nothing happens. Even after the DCI kutufanyia movie ya Hollywood, later wakatuambia kwamba wameshika suspect. When we were, you know, still asking questions, how the suspect was arrested, how the suspect is connected, because we had a lot of question marks. Before even we feel those question marks, we were taken into another new episode. Tukaambiwa kwamba the suspect, in quotes, miraculously vanished into thin air. And a whole government, a whole DCI, that when you make any statement that they feel you are attacking the government, they will employ everything in their disposal kukufikia, but now they cannot trace the suspect, the alleged suspect that killed more than 40 women. And Kenyans now, we are comfortable. Those lives just disappear like that. And that is why this government, they already understand that we ourselves, we don't value lives. There is a country that when one life is lost in an uncompromised manner, everything will be shut down. Everything will be shut down. But in Kenya, watu 100 watakuja hata kuangusha na bunduki at the same time, na kila mtu atarudi kwake, aenda kule sima na lale, na kesho mtu atauke ofisini, wakwenda mjenga aende mjengo, na maisha iendelee kama kawaida. That is how to normalize abuse. And that is why you see we are now having an abusive relationship with William Ruto, because we ourselves, we are comfortable with abuse. So first, there are some things we must know first, what to value. Ndio hata serikali yenyewe itatuheshimu. And that's what we are saying. These Subaru boys, we cannot allow them to continue abducting and killing people, and we are okay with it. Tomorrow they are abducting somewhere, and we are there recording and videoing to come and push hashtag here. It has to stop. We cannot continue normalizing. Because as we continue normalizing, we are passing it to the next generation. And the next generation will pass to the next generation before you realize, even if someone come na kufanya genocide, bado tuampigia makofi. Because kwetu itakuwa kwamba we are okay with it. 2007, more than 1,000 people were killed, with those who were burned in churches. They did not get justice. There was no accountability. We normalized it. We moved on. Every electioneering year, people are being killed. Musando was killed. Other people are killed. We normalized it. We kept quiet. We moved on. 2017, the same people are killed. We normalized it. We moved on. 2022, it was peaceful. 2023, people are killed. It was okay. We normalize it, even singing. Oh, Raila, kazi yake ni kukunywa damu za watu. Utakunywa damu za watu mpaka lini? And we are laughing. Now, 2024, tumemwaga the same. It is okay. Every day, you must wake up with the news that a dead body is retrieved somewhere. And Kenyans, we are very okay. We just go and see the body, and even we have the audacity of taking video of that body and posting in our social media accounts. It is a medal for us that if you are the first one to video and post so that you can have as many comments as you can and you carry the medal. Shame on us. Someone is being abducted in a broad daylight, people surrounding there. Even the little that you can do to create commotion, shout and scream, no. You will rush to your phone. Uchukue. I want to be the first one to post in the X space so that I can get attention and that following. We have to stand and be human first before everything. The reason why we are being even mistreated, it is because we have ourselves lose our values. And that is why you see even William Ruto have the audacity of treating us the way you want to treat us, because you know that we have lost our values. If we maintain our values, anyone that comes, he will understand that you have to uphold according to those our values. So sisi wa Kenya wenyewe kwamba lazima, we should be in the forefront of showing them that no, this is not how we want to be treated. This is not us. Don't try this. Usijaribu. But just because the person that died is not my father's son, is not my mother's child, is not my child, is not my aunt, it is okay. I don't care. I just want to get a chance to video and put in my Facebook account so that I can get following and get more friends. But now you don't know that as it goes, it will be going round until when it knocks on your doorstep, that is when you feel the pain to the core of your bones. And remember, as you will be feeling that pain, there is someone somewhere that he will be celebrating like you, that you want to take video. You want to get that chance to get a glimpse of a video to send to the social media network. Kenyans, lazima tuamke. Let's hold our values and our standards. Not to say enough is enough. We tell the regime, no, this is not how we want to be treated. This is not who we are. We have value. We are human beings. Respect us. Respect the value of lives. Sanctity of lives. No life should be lost, either young or old. Tukishaelewa kwanza hiyo. Now tell me, in a society where tunalipa tax, tunanunua bunduki ya kutulinda na risasi, and someone will use the same gun and the same bullet ambao tumenunua na risasi yetu kutupiga tena sisi wenyewe, and it is okay. We can continue. It is okay. Sometimes utasikia people shamelessly even saying, wacha pigwe risasi, ulikuwa unafanya nini pale? Ulikuwa unaenda maandamano kufanya nini? Someone will say that. Mtoto wa mtu ameuawa, but someone will open mouth. Mtu amepigwa risasi, ubongo umemwagika, lakini mtu atafungua mdomo na kusema, wacha ndio jifunze. Ulikuwa unaenda maandamano kufanya nini? You know? The victim ndiye anakuwa culprit. It is okay. It is normal. This is too much. Baimungi Kimadi, welcome.
Good evening. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you for the opportunity. You have brought up very important points. You know, where there's a lot of victim blaming in Kenya. You go for maandamano, you heard people start telling you, ulikuwa umeenda kufanya nini huko. No. So it's very stupid. Like when they arrest Akina, who do you call this? Akina Gaido is always being arrested. We don't agree with these people 100%. I don't agree with Akina, whoever, I don't know who they are, Akina Morara 100%, but they should not be arrested. They should not be arrested. You see, the rights that are getting violated, when I enjoy that person's rights being violated, the next person in line is me. You see? So huyu akishikwa mimi nicheke, kesho ni nani atanitetea? There is no one. So let us uphold rights for everyone. That is what I'm saying. Kila mtu apiganie Mkenya mwenzake, because Ruto is very bright. He knows you're scattered. Anajua sahi kwanza mmeanza kujigawanya kikabila na kila kitu. He knows his lines kabisa. Unaona alichukua Kasmuel, ule wa Masuti. Juzi ndio huyu tunashuku Morara pia ameingia huko. And very soon he might come out, he's on Raila's side. You see? So as much as we are being betrayed left, right, center, and Ruto is enjoying it, let us fight for ourselves, because end of the day, Raila si wako kwa broad-based government is eating very well. Ameanza kudefend Adani. Who is defending us? No one. We have to defend ourselves. So defend your comrade. Ule mtu mko na yeye jirani yako. Don't accept them to be abused by the police for any reason. Their rights are your rights. Ukicheka ati ule mtu mnabishana na yeye because he's supporting the government, ati unabishana na yeye unacheka juu ameshikwa, the next person is you. Nani atakutetea? There will be no one. My point, the main thing I wanted to come here and talk about is my sister invited me here. I've been listening to you for over an hour. And there's these agricultural bills I want to talk about. They are going to destroy farming in Kenya. And they are very systematic. They're isolating everything. They're isolating farmers. You're going to have professional certifications for you to farm. You have to pay for everything, from soil testing to keeping your chickens to buying feeds. Everything will be paid for. Now, a normal farmer, for example, let me talk for the village I come from in Meru. A normal farmer will probably make 50K a month. The people who make good money probably 200K a month. So maybe you're smallholders. Those ones live well. Now imagine there's a bill now that has come that is icing on the cake for these GMO bills. First of all, you have to buy GMO. Second of all, you have to pay for soil testing, water testing. You have to pay a fee every year. Is it 50 or 60K for you to do any kind of farming? You have to be certified, diploma or degree. You have to buy water now with the new water bill. Because this IMF bill, the way it happens is like this. They are going to privatize water. And for them to make sure that they get back their money that they are going to put in Kenya, they are going to make Kenyans sign an uncompete in parliament. An uncompete means no one else is going to supply water unless they're supplying it under IMF. That is how they protect IMF money. So that means all water will be privatized. That means hata itaenda ikue hata maji ya mvua itakuwa outlawed. You will not be allowed to even have water catchment areas. That you have a small dam in your farm, utakuwa outlawed. You have to buy water so that IMF can invest. And this is like the third stage of IMF taking over a country. They take over the sovereignty of water and food. Now, how do we fight back? There's a bill now, hii ya maji, imepandishwa Senate. We need to fight it. I don't know how to fight it. There's a friend of my sister who is a lawyer. Amesaidia sana. My sister was telling me about him. But if you can make friends with lawyers, first we fight it with lawyers, then we all reject all these bills. Tell your grandmothers, your aunties back uko nyumbani mashambani, waambie to reject that bill pia. Because as much as we reject it, we're in the city. You see, our businesses are in the city. When you reject it, we reject it from the city. Mtu wako nyumbani hata ajui kuna kitu kama hiyo bili ya maji ama bili ya GMO. You see, yes, we are rejecting on their behalf, but what if they force and pass it like the way they impeached Gachagua? They forced everything. Wakiforce hivyo, bado hiyo bill kuwe passed mpaka county level, bado kule nyumbani wataumia. Hata wewe kuku yako ya mayai very soon utaanza kulipia ushuru. And you hear it by force. Kama hii bill wamepitisha Kajiado juzi, ya sijui na include livestock, horticulture, maji na land. You cannot farm or irrigate without the permission of some committee that is going to be formed. And farmers are not part of that committee. And if that committee comes and does something and messes up your life, they are not responsible. It's very nefarious and very malicious, these bills that they are passing. There is something that happened in South America. Is it Chile or where they took over everything, even water? It's the same thing they are doing here. When they take over water, the next thing they are going to take over completely after water is inaitwaje, transport. So they are going to do what Mulei does. Is it called Mulei? This president for Argentina, is he called Mulei? I don't know. They are going to do that. They are going to take over transport. Now, you heard Murkomen the other day talking about green buses. They want to introduce energy, green energy buses. Sijui kama mmeona mabasi za battery Nairobi, these electric buses. That is a takeover also by IMF. They are forcing everything. So by the time they are done with this stage of taking over, literally, there's no tax we are going to pay that will remain in our country. We are not going to develop anymore. We are going to become what is called a slave economy. A slave economy goes like this. You're going to borrow money to do something in your life. Kama ni SHIF, mlisikia venye Barasa alisema. Watakuwa wanakuja kuangalia, hauna pesa ya kwenda hospitali, so uko na shamba inatoshana aje. Then they put that shamba as collateral for you to go to hospital. Haya, tuseme uko na kitu kama inaitagwa aje, blood pressure ama ugonjwa wa sukari, diabetes. You need medication for the rest of your life. So you put up your shamba for the rest of your life, ndio upate madawa. End of the day, you're getting dispossessed of your assets. Umenielewa? So we are fighting this fight in the city. And because we are online, we are renegades online. Huku Meru tumejaribu sana kuweka watu kwa line waelewe everything inaendelea, but there's still places we cannot reach. And I'm seeing someone here congratulate another person about translations, doing translations and making sure that these things get to the ground. I think we should do that. Translate these things, teach your people in the most rural places. Because end of the day, those will be the first people to be dispossessed of their lands. Those will be the first people kufungwa kwa sababu wako na kuku ama mbuzi. Those will be the first people to suffer because they don't know what is going on in the city. For example, someone asked me, why is your member of parliament supporting a bill that does not come from the people? And that woke me up. You see, for a bill to be in parliament, it has to come from the people. The people have to have a need, express it to their representative, who is their MP, so that the MP can go and introduce it in parliament. Our bills since Ruto came into power have not come from us. They have nothing to do with our needs. Hakuna kitu tunahitaji yenye Ruto ametufanyia. Ruto is doing someone else's bid. It's like he's running a different Kenya, not the Kenya we live in. And that Kenya he's running depends on our taxes. Ni sisi tunalipa for everything. And that pains me. It pains me that very unlawful things, thank you to akina Omtata, the first finance bill ya 2023 iliangushwa, ya 2024 imeangushwa, Ketrako ndio hao wameangushwa na Adani. As in everything is getting suspended because they are all unlawful. But imagine if we did not know, kama yule mtu wako mashambani, imagine if they did not know. Tungekuwa slaves by now. So it is very important someone said it. Translate this thing, wacha zifike huko mashambani. Ongelesha nyanya yako, your cousins huko wale bado wako. Tell them Kenya is going to be sold if we don't participate. We don't trust our MPs anymore. We know they are being paid to pass these bills. Everyone, mwenye alileta rice bill, mwenye alileta horticulture bill, livestock bill, everyone bring this bill is being paid. They are not representing, which means they are committing treason on some level. I don't know if we can prove it as treason, but they are bringing bills that will make us suffer. I like these kinds of spaces. It's my first time in a space, but I don't want it to be my last. I don't know if there's a way. See, I don't like WhatsApp groups. There's enough WhatsApp groups for work and business. I don't know if there's a way we can create a community online. Just here on X, we can reach each other. Every time there's a new development, someone just posts something and it reaches everyone else. It will be so, because like me, I get so busy, I'm unable to participate online properly, but I still want to participate in things. If there is a way, the host can tell us or create somehow something like a group or a community for Ndana to notify something is going to happen here, we need to participate. It will be very good for us. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Sesko.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think tunaweza pewa okay, we have been talking but we have lost that guy. I don't know what has happened. Sijui, siwezi eleza. I think wamejua or something. I don't know. We wait and see if it will respond or something.
Yeah, kindly let's continue.
Fabi,
Yeah.
the previous guy who just talked, he spoke about a group, because I feel also it's not enough for us to just talk on the space and leave it out there. An action has to follow. So my question would be, or rather my consideration, is it possible that you can open up a group, not necessarily WhatsApp, but here, in the spaces, fungua to group, get the people who are like-minded. Let's do this. Haiwezi ishia kwa sisi kuongea tu.
Jeff, mic yako iko down sana. Maybe sijui drop urudi. Yeah, let's
I want also to call ladies. Please, ladies, kujeni juu muongee, because this thing is going to concern you more. The ones who are hurting are going to be you and your kids. And in the future, tafadhalini, don't say that I have a small thing to say and then you just keep it quiet. Inaweza kuwa, it's very instructive. It can also open up so many things that we are trying to build. So tafadhalini, ladies, msikae huko chini mmenyamaza, mmetulia, mnaongojea tu, you are being fed. You also have to remove what you have, because kaa inauma. Tafadhalini, hata kaa ni kupanda juu kuongea na kukasirika kama vile mimi nimekasirika kabisa, lakini I have to talk it out. So please, pandeni juu, ongea, say something that you know it can help Fabish to create, or even if not, just do your part. Say something. Lakini msikae huko chini mmenyamaza juu that because politics is for men. No, politics is for everybody. It's coming to your kitchen, it's coming to your house, it's coming to your taxes, it's coming to your job. So please come up. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's okay, Hannah. Everything is political. Actually, hata tukikaa na ignorant inakaa aje, if the political whatever it's good, kila kitu iko sawa. I think everything is political. Kila kitu. If we sit down and start drawing things that influence us as humans, politics lazima zikuwe. It's there. And we must talk by the way so that we have a change. Tutaki vitu zinaelea kawaida. So or someone else who wants to talk, you can see son of father is requesting the mic, so you can talk.
He's a son of
Link
fate.
nimekuwa
He's
kwa
son
mic.
of fate, not son of father.
Oh, son of fate, yeah. You can talk.
There's a lady we were together earlier on. She lost. Now she's back. Suzanne.
Not Suzanne, Cezanne.
Cesar, hiyo jina yako bana. I think can only be pronounced by those people that went to group of schools. Sisi wengine tulisomea polling station.
But you know what? Even me nilisomea polling station. So Cezanne. Say Zan. Everyone can say it.
Oh, Cezanne. Okay.
Say, like say,
Yeah.
Zan.
Okay,
You
Cezanne.
can
Yeah.
say it, babes.
I'm saying it now. Cezanne.
You are. Don't lower yourself to group of schools. You know, you're saying it now, and I like it.
Sawa. Let's hear from Son of It.
Wait, son of Fate, like son of Sam? Kabish.
Yes.
Ah, you know those guys are killers.
Who
Son
are
of
those killers?
the people who call themselves son of Fate, son of Sam. Are you okay?
No, this ours
Is
is
he
not a killer.
okay?
This one is for the movement.
Oh, okay.
Mm-mm. But if he's going
Hey,
to kill, maybe he's going to kill the killers.
hey. Unless he's killing us.
Unless he's killing the killers. Yeah, yes. Go ahead, Son of It. I think network imekukataa.
Ijakata amekata speak.
Yeah.
So,
Wale wengine continue requesting the mic. Ladies, come to the speaker
Seko,
panel.
I like your name. What does that mean? Your name?
Sesco. It's Sesco, not Sesco.
Sesco. What does that your name mean? So, what does your name mean, Sesco?
Kindly let's focus, Sizene. Tutakuja translation of names tukishatoa
Cezanne.
intro. Yeah, we will come to the meaning of names. Acha kwanza tungangane kwanza to better our lives. Yeah, welcome Dr. Mood.
Nazaongea. Can I talk?
Yeah, karibu ongea.
Fabish, I must say that man, you shut me down, to be honest. And since Nyanzi Mambo space, I must say that you are the best of the best. Kwanza Mungu akubariki. And I should say that whatever Ruto is doing in other countries like Bangladesh, yani, if we compare ourselves with Bangladesh, they are half of our population. And they shut kila kitu, everything down. Na sasa Ruto amesoma sisi, ametusomea kabisa. He read us from tip to bottom, from the head to the ass. Yani ametusoma kila mtu hapa na amesema acha na watu. Mpaka sasa hii it's showing us middle finger. Kila mahali, Wajir, Sli, Machakos, Meru, kila mahali abductions, watu wanauliwa kila siku. People are yani they don't care. Nobody's caring about that. You need to be your brother's keeper, man. Let's be your brother's keeper. Si ati kila siku hapa tunakuja hapa bla bla mingi, hapana. Hiyo tusaidii. You need action. 25th of June, that was the day Kenyans were about to overthrow the government. Karuta te amestuka kabisa, amesema he was about to cry. Mpaka he went to mzee, to Rao, amesema bro, help me. Hata Rao tena nasema then dili so kwa sababu bla bla mingi bla bla, kwa sababu ameshapewa kitu kidogo, umenipata? So what's the way forward? What can we do as a Kenyan? That's the question we need to ask ourselves first. Secondly, Fabish man, I must say that I was in a lot of spaces. You are the best of the best. I must congratulate you from my heart. And yes, what can I add? Sasa we need to act. Si ati bla bla mingi itaisaidia hapa. Wakenya wanakufa hapa kila mahali. Maisha imekuwa ngumu, kuna mtu na kazi. And yesterday I was just nilikuwa nasoma tu kuna kazi ya Qatar. Sasa Qatar, what is Qatar? No. Mtu akaenda tu majuu. By the way, sure, Qatar is an Arabic country. Wakenya hatujui Arabic country. Of course, English companies, yes. Watu watalala wapi? Tell me, watu watalala wapi? Are they providing mali pa kulala? Are they providing accommodation? No. Ukaenda huko, yes, resort kabisa mwenyewe. Hasa jamani, no, it's not how to get. If you're sending people to Maju, first deal with the government kwanza, ambayo wanaenda huko, organize with them. Listen, my people, they're coming to your country for work. What is the way forward? Solution, watu watalala wapi? Watakula wapi? Hata unapeleka watu ni bla bla. Now, there's a country in Haiti. They sent the policemen, 6 police officers to Haiti. There was a country who sent the police to Haiti. I don't know which country that was. They sent 6 police officers to Haiti. Anyway, let me give to Cezanne a chance because I can see she is raising her hand. Go ahead, Cezanne.
Fabish, I've got 2 questions for somebody, the Mude. Dr. Mude, is it? 2 questions.
Go ahead, Suzanne, and ask. Suzanne, go ahead and ask. Suzanne,
where are you?
Maybe I can add something.
Yeah.
If it's okay. Some of us, we do work for government. I personally am employed by the government. But a lot of us are silent because we do not want to lose our jobs. And if we speak, if we are seen speaking, even if someone goes and gives the wrong information and says, we fear losing our job. So we want to help, because this same administration is destroying the very same Kenya we want to work for. You see, like very soon, if we continue taking IMF funding, the only thing our taxes will do is pay IMF. We will never develop as a country, ever. And we do not want to see that. So utapata watu kama hii line yenye niko, utapata a lot of farmers, a lot of people who wanafanya kilimo training and all that are very frustrated because we can see what is coming. And what is coming is hakutakuwa na smallholder farmers anymore. Wewe mwenyewe uko na kuku zako 20 hapo, unauza tray 3, 4, 5 ya mayai, you will not be able to sell those eggs because the cost of selling those eggs is going to be so high, people are not going to be able to buy those eggs. Hii mbuzi mnanunua 6,000, 7,000, you'll be buying it for 20,000 very soon. No one will be eating meat in this country very soon if we allow these bills to go through. Kama hii bili ya maji na hizo majiemo ameleta, very soon, I promise you, mutakuwa hiyo sukuma mnanunua huko shilingi 20, you'll be buying it for 100 shillings. You see, we don't know how to fight that without losing our jobs. Umeona? Na mara mingi wale wanaongea wanajificha sana, na wanajificha kwa sababu ya the same fear. Every line, our PSs and especially PSs, watch out, cabinet secretaries, especially PSs, all of them are challenging now. In every important sector that receives money directly from IMF, pesa yote yenye inatoka kwa IMF ikiingia kwa ministry fulani, that ministry has to be headed by challenges. So we know we are going to lose our jobs. 1 year, 2 years down the line, we know we are going to be jobless. And the only way to fight back so that farmers survive, so that Kenyans can afford food, is to fight this government. Now, we are willing to give secrets, you see, but as much as we are willing to give secrets, we have to give secrets in a way that is constructive and actionable. And I love these spaces and the way people talk online and all that. rejecting a bill to me is not enough, because we have seen like 3-4 bills be ascended and signed by the president. We can reject them all we want, but they have shown us they can even buy the judiciary now. They can pass, kama housing levy is illegal, but juzi imekuwa confirmed it was legal. When we asked, where is the public participation, tukaambiwa it is sufficient, but they cannot give us the public participation forms themselves we verify, which means it was a sham. You see, so we need a constructive vote. And I don't know what we can do so that we can require that information for public participation from the government. Every participation has to be made public now, so that wakienda kupitisha bill huko, we need to know the percentage of acceptance and rejection. And me, I will say 99% of any bill has been rejected in this country tangu Ruto aingie. So kule anatoa hizo ati sijui 60% walikubali, I don't know where they get those figures. It's very frustrating. Kama venye walikuwa karibu kupitisha livestock bill, ilituma sana, but it was rejected because the Maasai communities and the Somali communities refused that bill. It was internally refused, otherwise ingepitishwa. But ndio hiyo wameshindwa kuipitisha national level, sasa imefikishwa to county level. Now county level wanaipitisha in 4 parts. They'll pass it in water, horticulture, livestock and land. Very soon utaanza kulipa land levy for your ancestral inherited homes. Nona, shamba ya your ancestors, you start paying rent for that. So ukienda pale upande mahindi, uende pale upande whatever you want to sell in the farm, you have to add that cost to that food. I'm telling you, in like 2-3 years, food will be very, very expensive in this country. We are going to have artificial starvation in Kenya if we let these things go through. We need to fight in the open. Uko kwa parliament wanajificha sana, and they know how they operate. Maybe they even fabricate that public participation, like when you fabricate your impeachment. We don't want to give them that space anymore. We don't want to give them that chance anymore. We want to demand that every public participation is open for audit by anyone in the public. Na hiyo transaction ikue at face value. Tunaweza ona hii ni yes or no. Isikuwe some convoluted nonsense. Ati because words, when you wanasema ati we weighed the words and sijui whatever, we don't want that nonsense anymore. Come in public participation, it is I reject or I accept. That is what we want. Because tumeona kitu moja. Hii impeachment walisema 40% accepted the impeachment. Now, it's not like we like Gachagua very much. But the process, yenye walimtoa nayo, it was very forced. Public participation, almost every county in Kenya, kule walienda kufanya hiyo vitu, everyone was rejecting it, including Rift Valley, they rejected it. 80% rejection. Watu wako wanataka kusaini hiyo vitu, but when ilifika parliament at 200,000 people, an entire country, only 200,000 people wali participate. People congregated in every town hall, lakini wanasema only 200 people participated. They fabricated that thing. That is how they are going to fabricate everything from now on. So we have to demand that every public participation be made public and publicly auditable. Hatutaki hiyo mchezo yao. Ama very soon tutakuwa tunapiga laini tunapewa chakula kama Venezuela. Venezuela fell. People used to line up, mnapewa food twice a week. Otherwise you die hungry. We don't want to get to that level. In Kenya we can farm, and we've been farming. Si ati tumekuwa tunakufa njaa. We've been farming and sustaining ourselves. Now they want to kill that local farming kabisa. When they kill that local farming, mtakuwa mnanunua chakula ya nani? Bill Gates, mnapewa mahindi na USAID. And USAID does not give you food for free. I don't know if you know that. Anything USAID gives you is paid for by another thing. So you come and concede something like minerals. You come and concede something like maybe more taxes. Something, they will want something back. That is giving up our food sovereignty. Food is a right from God. There is no day Mungu alisema mtakuwa mnalipa chakula. No day. So we must not accept these things. We need to make public participation public. Na inakuwa audited by the public at any one time. Kama venye IEBC website inakuwa, you can audit every station that a vote was cast. That is what we want to do with public participation. Wasituletee hii ujinga wanafanya huko kwa parliament. Thank you once again.
You, Balmungi. It's about the carbon credit that we signed with Saudi Arabia. Do you think this carbon credit credit that we sold to Saudi Arabia, which I do not know up to now if the money entered into to Kenya, because we are the mi hiyo ndio kitu nashangaaga. Yani it was the biggest carbon credit deal that has ever been done in the whole of the world that we sold to Saudi Arabia. Sijui kama hiyo pesa iligonga Kenya because hiyo ni pesa mob sana. Hiyo ni one. Secondly, ndio ninauliza, is this also the reason as to why Sabina Chege brought this thing to life, this bill?
Well, I could say Sabina Chege was sent. This Sabina Chege, the rice bill by Sabina Chege, this guy for Kirinyaga bought the rice bill. Sabina Chege brought the horticulture bill. Livestock bills, sijui ililetwa na nani. Water bill imeletwa na, what is his name? I've forgotten. They are all IMF bills. All these IMF bills. And the CS for agriculture also admitted the same. He admitted these are not local bills. These are foreign bills. And they are foreign bills because of the IMF funding. For us to unlock further funding from IMF, in short, due to pay more loans, we have to concede more collateral. You see, so the only place they can go for, because they've taxed us to the end, hakuna more tax ya kutoa. So now they have to come in and take value. And the first value they have is either minerals or farming. Those are the two things they can do. Now, Europe cannot farm anymore. Their farms are depleted. Their soil is imekufa kabisa. They cannot, America is the same thing. Their soils are dead. They cannot farm anymore. Umeona? Sasa, ile kitu imebaki ni kufarm huko Africa, they take food there. That is the deal Ruto signed January this year, I think. Signed na EU ya kusupply food huko. Now, so that they can pay, so that we can pay for IMF. IMF needs to farm here through private farmers, large-scale farmers, export that food, so that ile pesa watatulipa, nalipa, ile deni tunachukua. Now, which is wrong? It's very wrong because Ruto amekataa kupunguza size ya government. Our biggest expenditure is government. And still taking more money to support government. And do you know what IMF does? IMF are very bright. Every bill they introduce creates a new, either institution or a new office. And those offices need to be funded. So your government keeps growing in size. The more it grows in size, the more money you need to pay those people in government. So what do you do when you need more money? You borrow more. That's what IMF does. You need to unlock more funding. So concede land, we farm here. That is what they keep doing. So it's a trap. It's like a debt trap. And the only way to end that debt trap, besides to reduce the first thing we need to do is to reduce the size of government drastically. Hizo 47 counties end. Hizi institutions zikuwe reduced to whatever is important. And then after reducing government, anything that is locally produced has to be supported. And atusemi ati hizi pesa wanasemanga sijui kama ile walieka ya mafuta, sijui wanazitaga nini, ati ndio mafuta ikuwe bei kidogo. No, zero rate vitu kama fertilizer usieke tax. Vitu kama those safe insects usieke tax. Do not ration what people can grow, because hiyo bill ya nani, hiyo bill ya Sabina Chege is supposed to ration what you can grow. And another bill, sijui ya kukupatia 20% of your income when you lose your production, is also to limit what you can grow. So if you have 5 acres and you can farm 5 acres, they come and tell you no, farm 3 acres. So they are going to reduce the amount of output you have. They are going to dictate what you can do so that you don't compete with them when they come here to farm. It's the same thing they're going to do with water. Do not get water for yourself, get it from the private people. If you get it for unafungwa. The moment umeenda kuchimba boholi yako ama uko na kadamu yako unafungwa, because they're going to outlaw. So that you don't compete with IMF, so that IMF can collect value from you. If you buy from them, they make a profit, they pay themselves. In short, we are entering that slave loop ya kulipaga tu madeni. That is what we want to avoid. And to avoid that is to avoid every bill Ruto has put in parliament, tangu aingie, especially agricultural bills. We have to fight them tooth and nail. Water, livestock, horticulture, hiyo rice bill, mang bill ilikataliwa, sijui ilitoa shida wapi. I don't know how it was rejected finally, but it is good that it was rejected. We need to keep fighting like that, because the moment we've given up our food as Kenyans, my friend, tutakuwa tunaletewa mahindi ya USA. Now, there is nothing worse than begging for food when you can produce food yourself. Unaambiwa
Yes,
usilime kwako.
Kim.
Wacha ninyamaze. Ni pole nimeongea sana.
No, haujaongea sana. Unajua, unatupatia very credible information ambayo tunahitaji. Hali au ulikuwa umepeana submission kali sana. Ndio, and that is why ni jana nilikuwa naambia watu kuwa lazima wakubali kwamba this movement imechukua momentum, and I told them kwamba kuna watu ndani ya serikali that they are not happy, and I like kwamba at least umekuja umesema. So Kim, tafadhali, this movement now it take another shape. Atuko tu kuzungumza na kusema ku waste time. We need to do action. Please, we need this information. Just find a way ambayo inaweza kutufikia, ambayo tunaweza kufikiana. Tunahitaji information from different sectors. We need to compile them together. Ndio when we are pushing our agenda, tuko na vitu ambao they are evidential, and tunaambia watu things on the ground ambao they are verifiable. Hiyo ni moja. Alafu pili, pia kama kuna other information ambayo itatusaidia to expose the weaknesses that is that the regime wanatumia, pia itatusaidia. Like now, our biggest headache ambao we want to start first is hii regime, hii serikali ya William Ruto inatumia njia ya mafia kuoperate security system yake na kunyamazisha wale watu ambao wanataka mabadiliko. So wamekuacha kutumia mapolisi wale wa katiba, wameconstitute another parallel. So hiyo kwanza we want to tackle them unconstitutional way. So vitu kama hizo pia tutakuwa tunahitaji, because we want to start unmasking those kind of people, just like the way Nelson alikuja akatuambia zile alipata za ndani. So we hope kwamba tutapata a lot of volunteers coming to volunteer about information, ndio iweze kutusaidia movement tukienda mbele.
Yeah, I would suggest that I know probably 1, 2, 3 people here, or even 10, or even all of us know someone who works in government, or knows someone who works in government directly. Kama si directly, it's either your cousin, your in-laws, someone. They want to talk to you. They are afraid for their jobs, number one. No, because they are not benefiting. E-government, the very few people are benefiting at the top, not everyone. All these Adani deals, some people are very rich right now. Akina Mbadi, sahi, hawezi shikao. Akina Ichungwa, sahi, hawezi shikao. They are very rich. You see? So maybe we fight them. There's another question I wanted to answer about carbon credits. Carbon credits is a scam, and it was discovered as a scam 2-3 years ago. And what I learned about carbon credits, the first time it happened in Tanzania. Unakumbuka wa Tanzania wakigoma huko wa Masai ati wanafukuzwa from their ancestral lands. They were being chased away. So there was an issue with the carbon credits. Kumbe Suluhu Samia alikuwa shauza huko to carbon credits. When they sell these parcels of land for carbon credits, no one should occupy them. Those are the rules. No one should occupy them. No one should interfere with those lands. So hata ukipeleka pale mbuzi wako wakakule, already ushavunja sheria. Now the problem is carbon credits were accepted without our consent. Now we must always remember, in our constitution, It says, all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya. Carbon credits were given without our permission. Our permission is only granted through public participation. But carbon credits zilipeanwa bila sisi kujua. Mama Rachel sahii akona carbon credit forest in Western. Unaona, huku pande ya Nyandarua there is a place you cannot touch. Kuna mahali wanataka kuja huku Lewa, karibu huku kwetu. They are going to steal all this land under carbon credits. Now that money comes directly, it is not accounted for. There is nowhere in our budget we have seen it accounted for. And I might go, nitaenda niangalie kwa Auditor General your site, because they usually account for every money that comes in and how it is spent. But I doubt there is any money accounted for from carbon credits. It is the same with the money ya our police wale walipelekwa Haiti. Jamaa wanasema wajalipwa mshahara miezi mbili. Wakienda kuitisha mshahara wanaambiwa na Ruto kuna insurance mumelipiwa. You see, those kind of things is how money is getting stolen na inafichwa na hamjui. So it is our right to know the information. We can ask for the information. And I love that LSK is always fighting, but we also need to help them by asking them either the right question or directly participating in asking this question. Now, as I said, encourage your people. Hata akuwe anafanya kwa government sector gani, hata kama ni sector ya environment, ask them these questions. They are afraid to talk, but if you protect their identities, they will talk. I promise you. The last thing I would love to say is, there's something I see here on Twitter inaitwa communities. I don't know if a community would work for us. I don't know if it's like a group or something. I will test it and then I will get back to you, the host of this space. I will test if a community can work as a group here so that we can post there. I will talk to you by the time I'm going to sleep. But this is very encouraging to know that, we are still fighting, and I want us to keep fighting, because as I told you, in 2 to 3 years, we'll be begging for food. We will not be able to grow food because it will be illegal to grow food. And the people who will be allowed to grow food will be big farmers. And those big farmers are easy laws na easy bills zote zinapitishwa are to set up big farmers. A smallholder ni mtu ako probably 10 acres max. Hawa ni watu wanataka kuja kulima 1,000 acres. And these bills are being set up so that you cannot compete with those people at all. We need to protect our own capability to feed ourselves. Ukiwa na kuku yako sio lazima uilipie ushuru. Ukiwa na tray yako 2 ya mayai upeleke kwa soko, sio lazima uanze kulipa sijui inspection, sijui license, sijui usomee degree ya kutoa mayai. No, we don't need that. That you're killing Kenyan farmers for no good reason. Asante sana for letting me speak.
Asante sana Kim. Saif, wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Saif, Saif, uko tayari kuzungumza na sisi? Saif, I think akona problem na mic. Saif, kama unanisikia, adjust your mic alafu tuzungumzie. In the meanwhile, wacha tumsikie Son of Fate.
Okay, thank you, Fabish. I just wanted to tell you about the group Kim is talking about. There is this guy calling himself Bernard Kavuli. I think at Bernard Kavuli. He has an association of I think it's for those whose accounts are still young. It is just like an association, and it helps those members of X whose groups are still young. So I think what Kim is talking about is true. It is possible. I think you can just search for that guy, that Bernard Kavuli. I think he's a student from MKU. He's a comrade from MKU. He owns a group in X here. You can just search for him, then he can direct you on how he started that. That's quite a good number of members. All the information I wanted to tell you about the IMF and WHO Kim has already spoken about them. So I think those are the only remarks I can say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Safe, are you okay now to open the mic? Safe. Okay. Sesko, I don't know whether you are done so that we can post. Seko, my co-host. Sesko.
Sesko is a listener. He's not on the call mic.
Oh, he's not on the call mic. Then I need to refresh my page kindly. Eh? Okay, I think that is why. Sesko, can you hear me now? Give me 100 if you can hear me. Though it's still showing that you are in the co-host. Let me remove you, then you can come back. Yeah, before, earlier on, we got information about Ras G, that he was abducted, kidnapped, or arrested. But I've been trying to dig the information as much as I can, but I lost him along the way. So I do not want to rush and say let's push a hashtag about his whereabouts. But now I think we'll be forced to, because initially was online. I don't know whether it was him or it was someone else texting with me, but he told me he was in Nakuru, and we tracked the number, and yes, the number was somewhere along Njoro, but now the number is off. It's been switched off, cannot be tracked. So I think we'll be just forced to push the hashtag, and that is why I had told Sesko to make a poster so that we can be able to, send and forward also to I am Chege, so that, because at this point we can never tell. We don't know someone who is close to him or someone who said that he witnessed him being arrested. Unfortunately, we are not connected to. We have never gotten a response here from the space, either his close friend or the family. That's why I'm conflicted. I don't know whether to push or should we wait for tomorrow. But I think it's better we just do a quick response. We push. If it turns out tomorrow that it was not it, then it is on our favor. Rasji, we were here together yesterday. Hata niliona alipost kwanza kwa space, and many people are trying to engage him, but he could not. Anyway, I think we are remaining with less than 30 minutes to call it a day. We have been here for like 9 hours. So let's keep on requesting the mic. Give us your views. Kuja uchangie vile unataka tujenge the movement, because we cannot just be talking and talking and talking. We need instant solutions. Unaona hizi mambo abductions inafanyika, we have to stop. Many things happening, we have to. And above all, we have to stop William Ruto. William Ruto cannot stop our country. It is us that we have to stop him. he cannot take a country like his own personal stuff, kwamba anaweza kuamka kesha akaamua vile anataka kufanya. So lazima wote tushikane. We have to stop him. It is very much possible. He has been surviving by using tactics, dividing us. And I keep on repeating, if there is a weak person, a weak tyrant, is William Ruto. He cannot work under pressure. Kama muliona 25th, tungefinya kidogo 25th alikuwa anaenda. He was running away kama tungefinya kidogo. You know, ni venye watu hawakuona the word occupy. If we could have occupied that parliament even for more like 6 hours, William Ruto angekuwa amekimbia. This man cannot stand pressure. And that is why you see he's ready to use his money and buy himself, buy the critics. That's why you see he used money to buy opposition leaders so that they can give him a room to work without pressure. He cannot stand to be criticized. If you could see the response, how he reacted after ile maandamano ya kwanza, that is to tell you kwamba this man is under pressure. So if we continue piling on pressure, hata yeye mwenyewe anaweza kukimbia. This man cannot stand pressure. I think he's the weakest if we understand him. He knows to talk. He knows to talk tough, but in reality, he cannot stand pressure. That's why you see he can easily break down.
Fabish.
Yes.
That's a good question, but how can we do that? How? Najua blaming is idea. How can we do that? That's the question we need to ask ourselves. Yani, ila siku naona Wakenya wako hapa bla roto bla mingi. No, hiyo is idea Wakenya. What is the way forward? What is the action we need to take? That's the question we need to ask ourselves. How can we stop him? Which method are we going to use him to stop this man? Which way? Which method? Kama ni bomb? Kama ni Iran missiles? Shabab? Which way? Yani, which method can we use to stop him? Because maybe pesa zote kutoka World Bank, IMF, EU, China, Dubai, pesa zote, and is telling people lies out there. Kenya democratic country nini blah kila siku watu wanauliwa. So which way can we stop him? Which method can we use? Which way can we use to stop this man? Ni swali ambayo tunafaa kutuuliza sisi Wakenya wote. Unanipata?
Yeah, kwanza nakupata, and sababu tumesema kitu ya kwanza, the only way to stop Ruto is through revolution. One. Secondly, ni sisi wenyewe kukuwa aware about his divide and rule tactics. Because hiyo ndio kitu amejaribu kuthrive nayo. Wakati tulikuwa tumemfinya kabisa, that is why alikuja akatuletea kina Joho, kina Mbadi, ndio atu divide along the ethnic line, atikwenda coast. Wale nimewapatia kazi, nimewapatia. Now, it is now our civic duty kuambia watu kwamba ni Joe ndiye alipatiwa kazi, si watu wa Mombasa. Joe anakula mshahara yake, payslip inaingia kwa mfuko yake. Mbadi ni yeye alipatiwa kazi, si Wajaluo. Just the way nilikuwa namwambia mtu jana hapa kwamba mtu asijeenda Meru akamwambia kwamba ati nimepatia nyinyi kazi. Ni Kindiki amepatiwa kazi, pesa itaweka kwa mfuko peke yake. Wala ambao umesoma, you are a doctor, you cannot get employment, utabaki hauna that employment. So first, lazima tujue hiyo, the divide and rule tactics. Na ile kitu ambayo tunahitaji, divide and rule tactic si kwa ukabila peke yake. Walituweka mpaka hapa kwa spaces. Wametuletea watu, wakakuja wakanunua watu hapa kwa spaces, watu gawanye. Ndio sababu watu ambao wakati tulikuwa tumesema kwamba we are leaderless, alikuwa kuna a lot of pressure. He could not sustain that pressure. And that is why kila wakati ilikuwa lazima atazungumzia hiyo. He was trying always to mock us. Wale watu, they are formless, they are less, you know, because that was what was paining him, but people did not understand. Because William Ruto always yeye anafikiria kununua. Sasa alikuwa anataka mjitokeze mkwe na kiongozi ndiye anunue. But now that time, that we were formless as he was putting, it was difficult for him to know how to penetrate us. The mistake that we made is when we tulianza kwenda into the, you know, to play into the political parties kama wao, tukaanza kulete leaders, tukaanza sasa kufanya mambo ya kujiexpose wenyewe. Now what we need to do is sasa the movement, tunahitaji sasa the serious movement, no jokes, the movement of which inaanza, si lazima ianze na watu milioni moja. Vuguvugu, that's why inaitwa vuguvugu. Si lazima kwanza ianze na watu milioni moja. Tunaweza kuwa na watu 1,000 kwanza, watu 500. Then sasa from there tuna build the momentum. Kila mtu mwenye anakuja kwa movement, hata kama ni kuapishwa, unaapishwa. Sio tu kwamba mambo ya watu kuingia kwa movement kutengeneza content na nini, tuachane nayo. And you are going, hatutakubali. Sasa hata kama ni watu 100, tutengeneze kwanza structure. Ndio watu, unajua ile kitu ambayo ilifanya movement ikavivia ni sababu kulikuwa kuna structure. Hata wakati watu walianza kusema tuna front mtu kama Morara, lakini ikakuwa ni Morara peke yake bila structure. And that is why there is no accountability for funding, there is no accountability for activities, there is no structure of information. And that is why leo watu wanasema wanaenda Uhuru Park, Morara kesha anasema anaenda Narok, because there is no structure of collective information. Unaona? Alafu how information are trickle down na vile watu wata absorb your information. Sasa hakuna pia information kutoka ground. You know, watu wako tayari tufanye namna gani? Okay, tukasema hata zile vitu ambao tunapeana kwa civic education, not everything ambao lazima tupeane kwa civic education, but the triggers. Now, when we don't have that structure, inakuwa hata kufanya civic education ni kazi bure, because as zingine watu wanapeleka bills that does not make any sense, watu wanaenda kufanya civic education. But when we have this structure now, we know kwamba okay, hata kama tumejigawanya, kuna wale wanaenda kotini kuzuia bills, kuna wale ambao tuko hii, and then kuna sasa ile ambao tunapanga the huge maandamano ambao inakuwa ni well structured. Tunakuwa sasa tumejaribu kuangalia links, wale watu ambao wanafanya serikali kama vile Kim alikuwa anatuambia hapa, na watosheki wanajua kwamba hii serikali wao wenyewe wanatishika kwamba anytime wanaweza kufutwa kazi, wanajua kwamba hii si serikali wanataka, because even them they have families. Now we team up together because when the structure ishaonekana kwamba when movement ishaonekana iko na structure na iko na mwelekeo, these people now everybody will be comfortable in chipping in. Don't even be surprised uona hata some places ambao huwezi kuexpect kwamba information inaweza kuja. Information inakuja, and that is how kila regime inatolewa. Regime inatolewa manake hata military wenyewe wanaanza kuwapatia. You know, we don't know, maybe even military wenyewe wamechoka, but because they cannot initiate themselves, maybe wanatungojea 20 street ichemke kabisa alafu akuje. Maybe, you know, I say maybe we cannot just assume kwamba ati Ruto ati amenunua military ama military ya Kenya inaridhika na hii serikali wakati wao wenyewe wako na familia. Most of these militaries, they are farmers. Kwa nini nafikiri hawana mashamba? I know at least some of them ambao they are doing farms. They have farms, they are doing farming. So hizi unafikiri hizo bills zinakuja hata wenyewe wanyanyasi na wanajua kwamba, so tukiweka hii movement ionekana kwamba iko na serious na iko na proper structure channel, unaweza kupata hata military yenyewe anakuambia nyinyi jipangeni vizuri mwende, na ikifika mwende mahali fulani, ikifanyika hivi then we will be there. Yeah, you cannot tell me kwamba ati watu wote wanaridhika. So Dr. Munde, hivi linahitaji kwanza ni kutengeneza kwanza, kama ni watu 500, kama ni watu 1000, kwanza ndio ikuwe na hiyo structure, tuweze kukava kila mahali. Tunajua kwamba tumekava students union zote in all our public universities and private technical colleges, kwamba wote tuko aligned na wao. Wale youths wako ghettos, kuna wings, wote tuko aligned na wao. The teachers, the doctors, wote tuko aligned na wao. Then we have the lawyers on the other wing, and then we have Kenya in diaspora. And then now sasa we have public servants. ambao they are playing on the dark side. So hizi vitu ambao, lakini we have to have a timeline. Ndio sababu nikasema tunataka at least tujipatie not more than 3 months, kila kitu tuwe tumeweka sawa, because tukiongea hivi at least tunajua kwamba kuna watu 15 tunavutana, tunaweka structure, kesho tena tunaongea hivyo. That's how we are going to build mpaka ishike. And then now we need the military wing of the movement. That one hatuwezi kusema hatuwezi kuwa nayo, lazima tukue nayo military wing ambao kwanza ita protect watu kuumizwa, kunyanyaswa, na pia ita protect wale jokers ambao wanataka kuja kuteka advantage ya movement. So next time mtu anajua kwamba ukikuja katika movement na umepatiwa responsibility ya kuongoza kitu fulani, if umekuja with idea kwamba tutakuja kujinufaisha nayo, it will not end well and others will stop joking. Yeah. I don't know if that is satisfactory, Dr. Moon.
Yeah, that is okay. Ni kama tu Morara story yake tumeisha hapo juu nini. That's okay, lakini mimi I don't think itaenda mbali because ni kama tu Morara. And this guy, what happened to this guy Razji? What happened to him? I'm just hearing that ameshapoteza ameenda wapi? What happened to this guy? Anybody can confirm?
Daktari, let me say this. I was a very big supporter of Morara. Very big supporters. I even contributed twice or thrice. But then over time, I started realizing Morara hana mwelekeo. Sasa wacha nisikufiche. The one thing Morara lacks is direction. Na kama hauna direction, hawezi kuchukua any meaningful action towards anything. You see? So that is the most frustrating thing about Morara. And then Morara enjoys the attention more than fighting for the movement. You see, we want people who are fighting for the movement. Like you can see here on X Space, every day people are holding spaces. Like Fabish every day is posting something for us to reject, something for us to... Those are actionable things. Ushaiona Morara amepost anything actionable? Anytime we are going to reject Chief, Morara alikuwa wapi? Anytime we are going to reject anything, Morara alikuwa wapi? Morara never rejects anything. Anakuaga tu ameenda kufagia barabara sijui wapi. What does sweeping a road have to do with the liberation of this country? That's the most frustrating thing about him. And then, I have to come and sit down and ask myself, how is Morara being like this? Mbona nadhani yeye ni special? Mbona ako na urembo mingi hivi? Then I remember, he's due 24 years. Ako 24 must do miaka ngapi? He's very young. He's still loving the attention. He does not know how to be actionable. So the thing is, we need people who are very actionable in this movement. Na mimi ni sita kuficha, ule mtu analipa ushuru, ako na biashara saa hizi, mtu anafanya kazi analipwa mshahara, ule mtu anasikia uchungu sana. Kama uko na nyumba unalipa rent, unasikia uchungu sana. Kama unaenda gari yako pale kuweka mafuta, najua unasikia uchungu sana. Those are the people who are going to liberate this country. Morara akikaa pale aseme nichangieni, do you think he feels the pain ya ku-earn hiyo pesa? He does not feel the pain of earning that money. He can borrow every day. You have to go to work and come contribute to him. From today, let us form. Hata kama tutaweka kachama ndogo tukue na secretariat, we manage the funds ourselves. Let us fund meaningful action. Kama ni kusustain protest, tunazisustain. Hata kama ni 1 week, we sustain them sustainably. Ile yenye we mean business. Umenielewa? Kwa sababu kuna huyu jamaa mwingine huyu wa masuti, sijui anaitwa nani, huyu amenyoa box. That guy, it was very painful to realize that ni mtu wa Raila. The same Raila mwenye alingoja watu wakauliwa huko kwa streets, and then Raila just came and took the trophy from us. Mumeandamana, mumetoa pesa ya maandamano, mumepatia Hanifa pesa hospitali, and then Raila anakuja tu anakanyaga juu yenu, anaenda anachukua ile kikombe mmepigania. It was very painful. And then huyu jamaa wa box anakuja kusema Raila baba. It's very stupid. The same Raila now is fighting for Adani. the same Adani enye wametuua huko na Shif. Do you know how many people have died na hii Shif? Hii Shif, the people have counted, wale watu wana complain on Twitter, have counted about 57 people wamekufa because Shif is not functioning. And then mkuja kutuambia Morara, no more Morara, wacha akae, wacha Morara akae. Kama hezi pigania Shif, Shif is one of the most meaningful things we can fight for in this country. Unaona hiyo Shif hiyo, the most afadhali turudi NHIF. Watu wanakufa huko, acha nisikufiche, mama yangu ako na diabetes. Hiyo ni ugonjwa atakaa mpaka akufa. Baba yangu ako na prostate cancer. Wamekuwa wamelipa NHIF kutoka sijui miaka ngapi, sasa wamerudi zero. Alafu mnakuja kuniambia ile pesa kidogo unalipwa na serikali, hiyo ndio bado ndachanga kwa NHIF pale ndio waweze kutibiwa. Juu pia wao waweze kujiangalia. Very soon the only thing they can do ni ukulima. Hiyo pia ukulima ndio hiyo wanakuja kuondolewa pale. We cannot be stupid kushinda hapa tukisema Morara. Morara is useless to us now. He is very useless. Ni sisi wale tunaumia. Wale shilingi yetu inapotea, ni sisi ndio tutajitokeza sasa. Ongea na ndugu yako, dada yako, your cousins, your in-laws. Wao wenyewe wanasikia hiyo uchungu. Siku ikifika kama hiyo tarehe 11 November, tunatoka sisi wote. Tunajua tunaenda kukula tear gas. Tunajua tunaenda kupigana na mafimbo huko. Lakini lazima huyu jamaa aende. Kama sio tarehe 11 bado tunarudi tarehe 12 December Jamhuri. Lazima huyu jamaa tuondoke. Those are the only solutions now. Venye tu Fabish amesema, Morara is anakuja kudivide attention yetu. The same way Kasamuel did. Kasamuel alikuja, alitoka na nini na share yake ya followers. Sio kila mtu anachukia Kasamuel sasa. There's some people who still follow him. Alituibia watu. We don't need to allow them anymore. Ni sisi ndio tunasikia uchungu. Ukilipa ushuru ama uende ulipe mafuta ya gari pale, ama uende pale unalipishwa kodi VAT sijui inakaaje, Morara anakulipia. Morara akulipia, lakini Morara bado anakuja kukuitisha niongezee pesa hapa nifanye kazi fulani. Wewe bado unaumia. Ikifika Shif, Morara aongei. Ikifika agricultural bills, Morara aongei. Umesikia akiongea kitu yote ya agricultural bills? Haongei. Lakini bado mnamchangia pesa. Let us wake up. Tuachane na hao jamaa, sisi wenyewe tujipiganie. Ukitoka wewe, ndugu yako, dada yako, mimi nitoke mimi, ndugu yangu, rafiki zangu, sote tufike pale mbele. Hiyo ndio maandamano. That is the inaitagwa protest. Protest sio mtu mmoja. Protest ni mimi na wewe na the next person. Protest sio Morara. You see, that is the difference.
Hata Kim, unajua mi waambia watu hakuna protest ishawahi kufail. Do you know, number one, agenda ya protest kwanza huwa ni create attention na tension kwa government. Sasa saa zingine hata tukisema tunajitokezea and then tupate mapolisi 1000 wamemwagwa, that protest number one is success 100%, because at the end of the day the message has reached. Hakuna activity inafanyika, kila kitu imesimama. There is tension and that is why we are protesting. So the message has reached there. So people, wakati wote watu wasiogope kutokea. And jinsi ya kubuild momentum ya revolution huwa ni kujitokeza na kucreate tension. And that is why one of the thing ambayo tunahitaji sasa kufanya ya kumtoa Ruto ni kucreate that tension. Continue with massive protest, unending protest. Kila siku tunajitokeza in every town. Tunajitokeza in every town. Hazina tunakuja tu 3-4 hours of a good protest. Asubuhi tumerauka tu by saa 3 saa 4. Tushaparalyze kila kitu, tunaacha wakijipanga tunarudi. Maybe tunaweza rudi tena saa 9. Hiyo ndio pressure. That is the pressure that the government cannot even predict where it is going. So kila protest huwa iko very impactful. iko very impactful. Hakuna protest ambao unasema ati kwamba ati this one kama watu walikuwa nasikia watu wengine kwa wana complain about na nasema every protest huwa iko na impact, especially protest ambao unaona mapolisi wanamwagwa. Mapolisi wakimwagwa, furahini kwanza, maanake mjue kumbe Ruto ako na message. Yes, mjue kwamba kumbe hiyo message imemfikia. The protest ambao hata kwanza haiwezi kuwa na impact ni ile siku tutaachiliwa, tunaenda barabarani alafu hakuna polisi. Tutaona, tunajua kwamba tunafanya kazi bure. We are not sure of whether they know ama wajui. Yes, Daniel, then we go to Kenya Lady.
Yeah, so I was away for a bit, but I'm back, and I agree. But I wanted to just zero in on Apo Penye Nasima Fabish. You're saying we need a centralized organization or so. Like there needs to be an organized center. What I want us to avoid is having a center that is based on cult of personality. Yeah? And that center cannot be based on a personality, because the minute you do that, the minute that center becomes shaky, because chenye itafanyika, as we have seen very many times, we have to accept human beings as human beings, and there are people who are not used to attention, and you don't know how they're going to react. Now, if we were dealing with someone who has been, in the limelight for years, that's fine. But most of the people in this revolution, you're not used to having 100,000 people talking to you, 200,000, 500,000. You're not used to waking up in the morning and the DM like you're trending on Twitter. Like some of us, even the idea of trending is like, what the fuck? I don't really care. So I think once you get that, like, we need to remove the personality completely from that center. Among the ideas I had, and okay, I'm a bit, it's a bit sad and embarrassing, but I was actually building like a system to help with like having a system where guys can be able to vote. It was based on the blockchain, but it was people within a party or an organization, they can be able to contribute money, and that money is easy to account for. Let's say whether using PayPal or using M-Pesa, when you send the money, once the money is received in the bank, we receive a receipt that creates a blockchain address, creates a blockchain record, and that blockchain record is easy to see, and then we can use that to be able to account for everything, for all the contributions that guys are putting. So like you can be able to see your contributions in like you can be able to see them. Like unaona niliweka 500 hapa and ndio hii na ilitumika kununua majani leo. Like all those things, are things we can build. And I was actually in the back trying to build, not trying, actually did build a system like that can actually be able to help. Because we were even in Tony Gashoka's space, and guys, especially guys abroad, they were saying, we want to contribute, but who are we sending this money to? How do we know how this money is being used? How, I mean, like having that organization center that is not based on a human being is way better, because we can have that system set up for that organization. And tunasema nilituma 500 last month, na so far over the past 6 days our organization has used 3k, 5k, 100k, 2 million. Like we can be able to actually see, and I think those are among the things that we should be doing. Because the one thing I'm frustrated that I've asked on multiple spaces, we have brilliant ideas. How many of them do we actually do? Because you have to realize something. The world and life is not based on what people say, it's based on what people do. What people do is what actually lasts. What people say, your emotions, all feelings dissipate, all of them, whether it is love, hate, anger, whatever they are, they dissipate. The only things that last are actions. They're the only things that last. And if you're fighting someone who is doing things with people who are saying things, that is not even a fight. We need to be like, we need to say, but we also need to do. Fine, we're going to go for mandamano. How is that mandamano organized? We need to know, okay, fine. If guys get shot, where are the trauma guys? We can't rely on Red Cross to be there, because what if they're not there on that street? We need to be like, okay, fine. We need some trauma kits. We don't know who's gonna carry it, but we need to have some trauma kits somewhere. If someone gets shot, we can be able to like tumurukie very fast. Funga, make sure that the guy is not seriously injured, and then we rush them where it is. Msee amegonga amevunjika mkono. We need to handle like isikuwe we're just going just for the purpose of going. We need to have a central organization that's able to look at the things that we might not be able to look at as a group. So the first thing is, but we already have professionals here. We have software developers. We have so many people. We can use those minds to do things. Not just to say all of us agree. We're angry, very, very, very angry. Some of us are really hurting. Some of us are very scared. But we have to do something. So we need to start like as of this week. Because there was a group I was in and I was very excited. I was like, okay, finally, a group where we are doing things. And then kidogo kidogo, the guys just started going like, what the fuck? So we actually need to be the let you see there's this saying, build it and they will come. It actually means that for people to come, you have to have done something. Because we can talk all day, but that little we will do. You like, I'm still amazed even right now at how a tiny action you did can end up becoming so big without you even imagining it. So there are things you might do. Tunaweza ona this is just like a tiny group, a tiny chat with Fabish here, and we do something. And then another group will come and see the good in it, and then boom, boom. Just kwani, how do you think this Adani case came in? If you hear the story of how Adani, which we're all talking about now, Tony Gashoka was in a group with Anthony and another lady called Mweru, and she was listening to them. And that lady called Mweru was like, "Hey, have you guys thought about this?" And then Tony Gashoka was like, "Oh yeah, we can do this." The next day, Tony Gashoka is up on his feet doing blah 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 kidogo kidogo. We have a petition in court, and boom boom boom, here we are. So we need to understand the value of those tiny actions. What the entire country is talking about right now, Adani has been stopped, is because of a conversation on a space where people sat down and they said, "Let us do something." Fitting normalize rubbish.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Kenya lady, how are you doing? Kenyan lady.
Hello, sorry for the disturbance. I'm just trying to. Sorry, I was telling someone to switch off the music. Okay, I'm doing well. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Um, thank you all of you for this wonderful space. It's gonna be a huge revolution, and I just wanted to because I promised to provide strategies, but I cannot do that on the space. So Fabian, I want to challenge you to something. Just give me 5 people, just 5 names, just forward, and this revolution will begin today. I promise. Just forward. As soon as I get those names, the revolution is going to begin, and nobody is ever going to find them. I don't need 20 people because our revolution is not led by 20 people. Because amongst them, there are going to be people who are going to betray each other, and then it's going to be a problem. A revolution begins with one person, just one courageous person. Remember the one in Egypt? It was started by one fruit vendor who just got tired. He's a fruit and vegetable vendor. So the police would go and extort bribes from him in 2011 all the time, and he had nothing at the end of the day to provide for his family. And at one point, he just set himself on fire. And that was enough to cause a revolution. What is happening in Kenya last year in Mombasa? Somebody set themselves on fire. You know that, you guys, right? Someone sets himself on fire, nothing happens. The police extort bribes, nothing happens. Kids are kidnapped, nothing happens. The housing levy is introduced, nothing happens. Education reforms are introduced, nothing happens. We just talk and vent and vent and vent. Now we're going to need Morara's car because that's a public car. You know, people contributed towards it. So those people are going to need Morara's car or any other vehicle because they said it belongs to the public anyways. So I just challenge you, Fabish. Just give me, they don't even need weapons or anything. Just people who are saying enough is enough. I'm tired of being abducted or watching the abductions going on. I just need those 5 names, please. And I promise you, they will, because you guys, you know what? First of all, something when developing strategies for protests, I always mention the Mau Mau rebellion. Those guys were in the forest for 8 years, 8 years, giving the Brits, the Germans, the Italians, the Portuguese, all of them united against these Mau Mau people. And all of them, fighting for 8 years, those guys lived in the forest. What kind of generation of people do we have? I'm not asking you guys to move to the forest, but we can do better. We have internet. They didn't have that. They used to communicate. They couldn't even communicate with smoke signals or fire because they knew they're going to be discovered anytime. So they had to kind of develop strategies of communication. And anyone who was found within that group who betrayed them, they would be tortured to death because you cannot betray a movement. So Fabish, just let's be serious, okay? I know we're talking and saying, okay, let's do this, but you cannot go to another Mandamano on the 11th without preparing ahead of time. So you have to start preparing, destabilize the country by the 11th. In fact, it could happen within just 5 days, I'm telling you, and you'll be everywhere on the news. I promise you that. Just give me 5 names and then you'll see what's going to happen, because we're tired. We're tired of children dying. We're tired of the kidnappings, the money laundering. Do you guys ever catch yourselves? Actually, I'm at an event today, do you ever stop and just catch yourselves wondering, what kind of contracts did these motherfuckers sign? I'm sorry for the language. What kind of contracts are those that even if you're invited, the West is just raping him without even baby oil? What the fuck? Everyone has some kind of standards they set for themselves, some principles, standards, and moral standards. There's a place where you say, enough is enough, I'm not taking this bullshit from you. But look at this granting of immunity to the Bill Gates Foundation. Who does that? The entire world is against it. And then we also saw the Haitians, when he sent the police officers, not even the military, to Haiti. Everyone was against it, even against the Constitution. He goes against the Constitution constantly. Now, if you're talking about 2027, what do you think is going to happen until 2027? He's just going to empower himself. So he is in bed with the IMF, the World Bank, and Bill Gates Foundation, and Bill Gates himself, just fucking him, to be honest. We have to put an end to this, but please do not call. People will not show up for Mandamano. I hope they will, but they will not show up if leading up to that Mandamano, you haven't already started doing things to destabilize the status quo, because it has to be destabilized completely. And there are ways. They will not be caught. I guarantee you, they will not be found. They can do anything. The only reason they be caught is actually using Morara's car, and that is I was laughing, I was laughing. That is the only way, because it has some banners on it which are just very obvious. But we need to destabilize the status quo going up to the 11th and destabilize completely. This guy is so used to disrespecting Kenyans to the extent that, people hold Mandamano. He's just not impressed or fused at all. The IMF and World Bank actually warned him, and I was shocked to hear that they warned him that they're going to be protests. So he actually knew this, and they knew these protests are going to happen, but they're just like, who are they? We will not be colonized again. That it is over. And this time, we don't demand, we actually have to fight this revolution even after Ruto falls, because he's definitely going to crumble and fall under pressure. He will. The IMF and World Bank do not amount to the number of people we have in Kenya. Kenya has a young population, 55 million people. People are they've really had it, even 70-year-olds, even 80-year-olds. Everyone has had it, even as in the diaspora, we've had it. We're just sick and tired. But that motherfucker is not even bringing his own baby oil. He's just being fucked. So let us fuck him back, because everyone seems to be just dumping their shit upon him. So let's dump all the shit we have, and revolution it will be. It will be a revolution. Don't listen to Morara. Morara is just doing his own thing. You cannot run a revolution on your own. You need people to work with you. You cannot be a one-man army. just constantly asking for money. If there is any money that is supposed to be contributed, let it go to bounties. Bounties are actually one of the most effective ways of getting people. Like this cop who was shooting guys at the Manamano, why wasn't he found? Why, where is he? Isn't he in Kenya? But if you put a bounty on someone's head, bounty means you place a certain amount on people and tell them, find this person. That person's going to be found on the same day. Even his family members are not going to hide him. Because first of all, they're under threat themselves. Nobody's going to hide him. So we need, going into this revolution, we need people who are just like, okay, I don't care, come what may, I'm going to fight for this country. We need that don't care attitude. And then we need the bounties at one point to get those police officers who are shooting people. And if you catch one of them, circumcise that motherfucker, circumcise him. Nobody, like I said yesterday, no man kills a man who is fighting for his country. So that man is not a complete man and needs to be circumcised. Bring them to one of those corners in town so that it can be posted online, that this person is now a circumcised man. Thank you very much. Let me go back to the front. I'll join you tomorrow.
Wow, Kenya lady, you are breathing fire. This is the heart of revolutionaries. You hear how she's oozing fire. And exactly, very simple. We just put a bounty. Tuseme kama ni 100k, mtu wote mwenye ata-unmask the face over watu wako na Subaru, 100k. Within a day, utaletewa baka profile, hata utaonyeshwa baka ID yake, utaonyeshwa baka mamake, baka bibi yake, kila kitu. Very easy. Yeah, so we are developing ways, and thank you so much. So mood, these are the kind of, unajua sasa ile inafanya tofauti ya hii space na zile zingine, ni sababu hapa tunajaribu kutafuta solutions collectively, na nataka kukubaliana na Daniel kwamba ukitaka revolution hivyo isiende na personality, you need collective. Ndio sababu tukiweka vichwa pamoja, Daniel unasema okay, mimi niachieni kazi ya kama ni the technical side, wacha mimi niwatengenezie mambo ya transaction, mambo ya vile mtafanya account, in that side. Then mtu mwingine atakuja mambo ya security, ni kopoa, mambo ya planning, like Kenya lady here, you see, with immense plans which tukiweka into practice, and there are no difficult things to implement, very easy to implement. So yeah, Kenya lady, before the close of business, I'm going to forward you the 5 names or more, and then we will see what we will do. Thank you so much. And yeah, we will discuss. We will create a safer private space to discuss with other people that they will be joining, so that we see. Okay. Yes, Generali, karibu.
Thank you very much, Kenyan lady. May God really bless you and continue giving you that strong heart of revolution. That's what we want here. We want actions right now to move this thing forward. And we should not even give people chances. Even hiyo gari yetu yenye tulinunua na Morara, we should repossess it by tomorrow. We have our own car yenye tunafanya nao vitu, not kuleta nao mchezo. Like right now, I've just gone through his YouTube, through his TikTok, he's requesting for money for 290 constituencies, while he can't come clear and defend the wananchi about the sham, the shift that are pulling people down. So that's someone who is not with us. That's someone who has been put in the system and he now want to fight. He's just fighting for his own space. So if we continue funding such kind of people, it's like we are just giving them kiburi to continue doing the things that the president is doing. So I mean that, and I also like that we make those sub-units, the security sub-unit, the finance sub-unit, each and every unit of fighting this revolution, and each and every person is here. I know you will find somewhere you fall into, because right now what we need is action, because this guy, I've always said it here and there, that This guy is not a guy now to do with paperwork. Paperwork, we will leave to the other side. It is good. This our wing also has the legal wing that always fight these issues in court. So they'll be doing that, the paperwork. But with us now, it is time. We need to get to the ground and keep things moving. And I always say that the only language that this guy understands is leaving a mark. Each and every place we go, we leave a mark. Even to his cronies, these cronies that think that they have the audacity to abduct Kenyans and do whatever they can, it is high time they start to be traced by the people they love, because the art people we love, we can also be visiting them. If bounties are put out there, we will even get their families. And if we subject one of their family members into all this they are doing to the people, them also they will have to learn this lesson. Because we are not here to pester them, we are not here to fear them. That they may feel that if they come with those cars, we fear them. We don't fear them. We don't fear them at all. The only masses they have that we haven't located where they are. And that's what we should be doing by now. And they're just normal guys. I'm telling you today, I was in Jevanji, someone points to you that this is one of them. Someone that you can just even abduct by yourself and do whatever you want. So it's an easy task to us. So let us not despair. Let us not listen to the distractors. And I'm telling you, if you are distracting this revolution, this is a revolution that even there are parents who are at home, who are shedding tears, that let it happen for the justice of the people that they lost. So if you sleep, you go to bed with these people who are doing all this ill to us, all these evils to us. Even you, the curses of those parents will follow you. Don't think you are safe. You are not safe and you will never be safe when a mother is crying somewhere of losing a son, of losing a daughter in the field of revolution, fighting for the country. So let us move out. Me, I've dedicated myself. I want to move out, and I've been pushing this issue of shift simply because I fall in that field, and it's something even putting me at loggerheads with my bosses. But I told them this is the reality. There's no need of lying to the people to please the government that this thing is working. While the people on the ground, people are suffering. Someone has mentioned here of those chronic illnesses like diabetes and cancer. It's very, very sensitive. But no one wants to listen to this. What people want to listen are very, very different things that cannot even help us. How is extending term going to improve the health of Kenyans? It cannot. And this guy, Mabonda, gave his number yesterday. I hope you are sending greetings to him. His number was shared yesterday by Mabonga. You should be greeting this person with all types of messages, the dirty ones. The dirty ones and the clean ones. You should be greeting him all the time. We start by sending him the one bob we always send. If he decides to respond, we insult him, we tell him all the truth. We should not spare these people. These people are taking right on us. And it is high time to talk. Me, I'm saying that 11th, I'll be out. And I'll be out playing my part. And I'll also be playing my part as a general in this movement. Because enough is enough. Things are not in the right place. Things are not in the right place, brothers and sisters. The country is heading to a wrong direction. No one is even bothered. What always makes me sad is no one is even bothered. People take it like it is normal. And it is not normal. And let me tell everyone who is here, you are part of this, and you are the person who is going to bring that change. We are not expecting anyone to come to our aid because there is no one. If we could have been having a savior sitting somewhere, we could have said, let us make a way of approaching that savior. But all the saviors are now into the government. They are enjoying all the goodies there. So it is upon us. Let us rise. Let us do whatever we can do to send this message to this guy that enough is enough and we want him to go home. And it is good if we'll start our action part and we'll be touching his guys. That is when he will feel that these people are very, very serious about it. They'll be finding very few cases we are holding X spaces. We'll be just be doing our stuff and we come and we retreat in our respective houses because these are total jokes. So brothers and sisters who are here, and I like the spirit that women have in this revolution. Any revolution that you see women taking the forefront, that is a revolution that is going to bear fruit. And that is what we should believe in. So men who are here, who are saying they're afraid of going to the street. If women have decided even they are going to walk without brass in that revolution, what are you afraid of? Go outside there as a man and fight for your right. Because what we are fighting for today is not for us. We are even, some of us are even being surpassed by this revolution. We are fighting for the generation that is behind. Because in 30 years coming, we wonder where this country will be. So every time, just think of yourself. Don't think that Fabich will do it. Don't say that Daniel will do it or Daktari will do it. It is you, and you are the only difference, and you are the only gap that this revolution lacks. And trust you me, you are here, and you are here with us, so we are going to achieve it. It's belief, unity, and we also put prayers in it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Generali. We have to fight Ruto in every means possible. Spiritually, we kama ni mtu wa maombi, make sure you pray a lot. If ni mtu unaamini kwa waganga, please get the best out of those waganga. Kama we ni mtu unaomba maombi ya Kiafrika, yes. We will fight him spiritually. We will fight him
Fabish,
on the ground.
I'm just a hater. I just hate Ruto.
Yeah, sasa wewe heta, continue gathering
That's
the
what
hate,
him.
any form of hatred that you can.
And
If
just send him hatred.
yeah, send him hatred. Wake up asubuhi, temea mate hiyo picha yake, kanyaga,
Right.
you know.
You know what?
So
You know, haters are the best people. To kanyage too, by the way, Fabish.
so let's use every means. Even there is a good lady here that she was suggesting that even as tunapanga mambo, tunaweza kupanga kwamba every 8 o'clock na information ifikia Wakenya wote, toka na sufuria, toka na kikombe, piga, you know, if we can do it and we do it uniformly.
So every 8 o'clock, what do we do?
Every 8 o'clock, just knock sufuria, knock kikombe, you know, and if every household do that, information itaenda ijulikane, yani government watajua kwamba people, you know, they are not comfortable. So
that's not
now
serious.
it is the time to lose our fears. I want to agree with Alison. It is time to lose our fears. We need now to be disciplined, to mobilize, to focus, and to strategize. And we march. Discipline, strategize, focus, and then we march. So the action imeanza. Saizi tunapanga hivi, tunazungumza, every of your sentiments is put into action. Dr. Mood, usifikire kwamba ati we are just talking. Dr. Mood, before ulikuwa umesema it's like how Morara was doing, and I want to assure you, I have been in this movement since ianze. Morara alikuja akajoin from akiwa anafanya content creation. He has never had any strategy. The only strategy he have is asking for funds. And the only thing that he do ni kwenda civic education. He has never gone outside of the scope. I'm not saying that he was not doing a good thing.
Discipline, focus, merge.
Yes. Discipline, focus, strategize, mobilize, and march.
Mobilize. Merge.
Book of faith, Fabish. Have some faith in what we're doing.
I feel like Fabish, that is it's underrated. Discipline, focus, strategize, mobilize, merge.
Yes.
Because what's discipline? What's focus? What's mobilize? Those three things, they are very important things. Merge, discipline, focus, strategize. Those three things. Discipline, focus, strategize. Merge and mobilize and merge. There are another two things. So
Very well.
discipline, focus, strategize. Very important things. Fabish, how are you doing those four things? Discipline, focus, strategize, mobilize.
What do you mean? How am I doing?
I think she means like the meaning of those words, as in what does they mean in
You mean-
action.
What do those words mean to you?
Yeah.
First, when you are disciplined, that means when you stick to the course, you have to stick to that course. But when you are not disciplined, you just do for the sake of doing. So you have to be disciplined in whatever you are doing. And after being disciplined yourself, then now you can focus on that achievement you are intending to achieve. As you focus now, then now you need to strategize on how you are intending to achieve. Then now we go to the mobilized part, because you are already disciplined and you know that you cannot be swayed. You are already focused to the goal and you have already strategized. And then now you can mobilize and join the like-minded. And then now we can match.
Do you think you could have the 5 without like? Do you think you could have the 5 without having every like aspect? You know, they say you can't have every aspect about. You can't win every time, Fabish. Do you think you could have every like something? You can't win every time. You can't be disciplined. You can't be focused. You can't strategize. You can't be mobilized. Do you think you can win every time without being the one to like? I just want to see.
I actually struggling to understand what do you mean you don't win all the time. These are the things, even when you go to every institution or even in school, we had what is called motto, So this is, like a core values of the movement. I don't know what do you mean. Do you think you win all the time? Sorry, I don't understand your line of thoughts. And I think maybe you could contribute whatever you have to contribute.
Fabish, I understand what you're saying, because when you're looking for a job, right? Not everyone is gonna be in your line of thought, right? Whenever you like apply for a job, you're not ATS compliant. You're not. I'm just saying that those 5 things, do you comply with them as well? Discipline, focus, strategize.
Honestly, Suzanne, you are not telling us anything productive. You are just come here to. You are part of the distractors. Yeah, go ahead, Daniel.
Can I be able to, among the things that, because me, I'm only thinking about things we can do. I'm thinking the first thing we should do, I don't know whether they're lawyers here. Can a lawyer talk to us about how we can make a formal request to the Ministry of, is it Foreign Affairs? This guy immunity. We need to know what's in that document. We need to know why. We need to know the reasons behind that. Is there anyone here who can, like, even if we have to go, we blew up the Senate email. We need to have a formal document that we can send to these guys that they can be able to respond to legally.
About what?
To know why the hell.
Wait, I want to understand you about what?
Yeah, this whole Bill Gates immunity thing, because that's something we can do from the comfort of our homes. We get the details of that thing. We need to have a formal request to know why the fuck, so that we bring it out. Because I'm sure if we look at that document like they are done it, we will see some pretty sick shit there. Something that's one thing we can do. We can get those. We need someone to advise us. How do we get information from the Ministry of, because it's public information, right? We need to be able to request for it, right? So I'm wondering, because I'm already seeing there's a legal firm that has already requested. Can't we also do something like that?
Yeah.
Someone drafts a formal document. We, even if we have to just blow up their email, because we have so many people. There are many spaces no one furbish. You can just ask guys, yo, guys, do this, do this, do this. Let's bombard these guys with this email until they have a Atakani press conference or what. If they're going to reply, they reply. But we need to know what the hell is in that document, and they need to know that we know that we don't that what they did is fucked up, because what I ignore na ipotelee hapa na nyamaze if we don't do something.
Yeah, you are very right. You are very right. I guess unajua hii regime, but yeah, we will try to dig information, but I know hata kule kwa MFA si bado kuna watu wetu tu wengi, kuna ma whistleblower, kuna ma lawyers pale. But unajua hii serikali inaweza tu kujamulia because you know maybe huyu jamaa alikuja tu just like any other foreign investor, but hii mambo ya immunity of course ikatengenezwa tu hapa nyumbani.
There has to be documentation. There has to be documentation, Fabi.
Yeah, there has to
Because
be
you see,
documentation.
when they
Sasa si unajua this,
and it's public information.
unajua this Bill Gates and Melinda Foundation si ni kitu ambao I think imekuwa hapa kwetu for quite some time
But they didn't have immunity.
But they didn't have immunity. Yeah, now hatujui kwamba
we need a legal mind to tell us why another person was given immunity. Because we can't, you see, before we used to rely on the news to ask these questions in press conferences, we all know the media will not ask these questions. They will not say nothing because we all know who they play for now. So the only people who can be able to do the same thing, normally it's the media that does this. But I'm pretty sure the legal side of these media stations, they go and they ask for these documents because all this, like, it's public information. There's no way that declaration was not public. It's public information because this person is being given the right to do business and things in the country with immunity. He's not being given immunity from a crime he committed. This is a foreigner. It's being given to the public because it is not secret state information. It was declared publicly. So we should be able to get the details of that public publication. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
we try and like talk to the legal minds or to how do you do it? Even if there's a lawyer here who knows, I mean, how are you supposed to do something? Me personally, niko willing to write whatever is needed to be written, whatever needs to be sent. Like me, I'm willing to do that.
Yeah, you're very right. We deserve to have the information and tujue. I think tutapata any lawyer, tutapata tu information in the course of a few days, tutakuwa tumepata. Yeah, Imara, karibu Imara.
Nimeshukuru sana. Thank you very much. Can you give me like maybe 1 minute to come back, Mr. Host? And I would really appreciate that.
That's okay. That's okay.
You know, Fabish.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead. Nani alikuwa anaongea, Dr. Mudo or Generali? Yeah.
Generally, you can go ahead.
Just continue and
Okay. You know. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
I am back, Mr. Host, if you have the minute.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't want to confuse you guys that by saying I'm Kenyan. I'm not Kenyan, but I have lived in Kenya, and I love my beautiful Kenya. I'm Eritrean, by the way. That being said, I do want to say a few words. I'm Eritrean.
You are Eritrean, okay.
Yeah. I do want to say a few words. I don't know where to start from, but I really do not like for sure the Bill Gates movement in Africa. The movement about the GMO seeds, and to fight that in a collective manner is what interests me to be in this public platform. That being said, let me give you a few experiences that Eritrea had in the fight of owning your destiny, or writing your own destiny as a country. If you would allow me 2-3 minutes, I would try to conclude it narrowly so that people don't get bored. And I am sure some people here are not interested in what I have to say, maybe, and most people might be interested too at the same time. But just for the sake of time, I will try to put it in few words. You know, Eritrean government formation, I tell you, in the early 60s, they came up with this idea saying that our goals, what is our goals? They preached that to the public, and they managed to gain the hearts and minds of the public, and that's how they moved forward and creating one of the Africa's most strong governments today, as we live in today, that is never nailed down with sanctions from the West, and you know, they have created the most resilient society. And to do that, they had to galvanize some leaders. The leaders were so committed to their agendas, like what you guys were discussing, and they came up with agendas. The agendas that they came up with, like, you know, free or foreign intervention, you know, country development program that is totally free from foreign intervention. The foreign intervention is what is known as in Africa. If you go from east to west, north to south, it's not the you know, the indigenous solutions. I mean, indigenous problems that are, you know, creating problem in our localities, but it's the foreign agendas like the Bill Gates that are creating the problems. So in order to, you know, to fight that, they did so many things. Among the many things that was guys were discussing about the 4Ds or 3Ds was حفشن كحت عتق which means this is in Tigrinya language, which means educate the public, arm them with knowledge, and then arm them with the armaments, and then let them fight. Is, you know, if you educate the public what is happening around you, like, you know, why is Bill Gates trying to come to Kenya? Is it beneficial to Kenyans? Is it you know, towards their development? Is that's the education part. And then if they are educated, if they are aware of the situation, what is happening, arm them. In this case, it's not you're not going to arm you know, the public with the arms and stuff like that, like how we went through, but arm them with knowledge, and then they can fight with that knowledge that you arm them. Uh, and this is good progress in Africa. I would like to see all African countries free of the Western countries' agendas, you know, the IMF or the World Bank, in which they give you small loans, and then they would come up with ideas of your development programs. And, you know, those development programs, they don't create any development. Rather, what they create is poverty, and then a continuous cycle in that. And that is, into my own understanding, it's not beneficial to Africans. It's not beneficial to any part of this globe. For that, I totally agree with people who are trying to fight with that, regardless how it takes or what it takes. I am with those who wants to fight and who wants to stay strong towards their countries and their people. So it is important, however, very, very, very important to have your agendas. What do you want to achieve? Like, you know, at the end of the day, you can discuss many things, but what do you want to achieve is something that you want to have, like, you know, goal. You should set up your goals, and you should have some leaders, dedicated leaders. When I say leaders, now what we see in Africa is total failure. The leaders that we see in Africa totally corrupt, that they're looking for that little incentive that they would get from the outside, you know, non-governmental organizations or whatever they are. And then they would, you know, create havoc in their society, or they would create all these kind of colonial doings in their society. And that is not, in my own understanding, that is not a leader. A leader is someone who is committed to the cause of his people, his people's situation, and who stands strongly without being bad for the other ideas, and who stands strongly for his society is what I call a leader. So creating those leaders is what is required. Something that doesn't have a leader, like regardless what kind of organization it is, if you don't have a leader or representative that represent you, I don't think it has become effective in history. If we have witnessed, we can go back to history and look through different chapters of history. Have never seen any history that has achieved its goals without a leader. So, having a leader is very critical. And then finding your agendas and your cause and your dedication towards that is very important. So, I salute you guys. I totally appreciate the fight that you're taking. Not against only your country, your government. I'm not, fight your government or destroy your government. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is fight the outside hands, the outside hands that are not coming from that country and being involved in your country. Fight that. That I give you, my salute, uh, my brave words. I can forward it to you. The brave words that I all now have known, I would give it to you. Just because you're fighting, what your fight is my fight, and my fight is your fight, and those are the involvement of Western countries in our own countries, enough to neocolonialism, enough to neoliberalism, enough to all these kind of neos, which is being backed by uh, corporations and stuff, countries. That's what we're witnessing. Enough to Bill Gates, enough to the form of Bill Gates, enough to their vaccines, enough to their GMO seeds, enough to all of their conspiracies, enough to all their weapons. We don't want weapons. We don't want to see weapons in Africa. We rather want education. If they want to cooperate with us in education, in health, in all those sectors that we believe are beneficial to us, we can work with them and they can work with us. But otherwise, just looking at the Bill Gates GMO, it is a colony. Let me tell you this: you don't manufacture the seeds for one thing. That's the most critical thing. The seeds that you're gonna that you're gonna plant, and then forget that those seeds they cannot regenerate. They cannot. You cannot plant them again. Those seeds they are very addictive to chemicals. Those seeds they have a lot of diseases in them because they're chemically manufactured basically. So they're not good for us as Africans. They're not good for any human. But in Africa, especially, I care about Africa because I'm African. I don't want to see them in Africa. And everybody who tends to fight that is my comrade. Is my comrade not only in practice, but my comrade in heart and brain too. So I salute you in that perspective, guys, and thank you for the opportunity being given. If there is any, uh, you know, uh, as I see it nowadays, of course, you might not see the so-called development of the Western countries in Eritrea, like um, big palaces being built, or for for corrupt officials, basically most of the time. And you might not see ATMs and stuff like that, like the developed Africa they would like to call it. But Eritrea is the only country that has managed to try to write its own goals, to introduce its own policies in its own government. And Eritrea is the only country that has been sanctioned by the Western countries that have stood against that. And if there is any need to learn, I'm not affiliated with any government official, or I'm not a government official, but I can help, like, to refer you to, if there is serious needness, I can refer you to the embassy that is in Kenya. I can refer you to Eritrea too, in any progress, and keep up the good work is what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Imara. Wow, thank you for the wonderful submission. Thank you for the solidarity. This is actually the true spirit of Pan-Africanism. And that is why personally, of late, I just found that I just love Djibouti. I don't know why. I don't know whether it is that spirit of Pan-Africanism. So whenever Djibouti is mentioned, I just feel like I am in love with that country, and I feel proud of it as an African. So thank you so much, and please always be free to interact with us. Yes, and maybe only to clear your doubt is that in Kenya, we don't have a government. We know that it is very shame of us to talk these things, but that is the reality that we are faced with. We have a regime that purports to be a government, but that is selling the country. And that is why you see, of all the 56 African countries, Bill Gates found easy way to just penetrate Kenya. That easy. With the small landmass that we have, Nigeria have a very huge landmass, but he was not welcome there. Our neighbors here, Sudan, and even Ethiopia. South Africa have a huge landmass than ours. Tanzania, I think, maybe we can fit theirs times 2. But ours was the soft spot because of the weak, the greedy president that we have. So that is the position that we are, Imara. And that is why we are building the revolution. I know that Eritrea, you have been where we are today, and you have conquered, and now you are able to stand up as a country. Thank you so much. Thank you for your solidarity. Continue engaging with us, interacting with us, giving us your support. We thank you. We thank you even for the advice. We don't take it lightly, and we will put into consideration, and always feel free to give us advice. Thank you so much. I can see we are welcoming new speakers. We have the LHFA and the last scene.
Yo, Fabish.
Yes, yes.
Actually, like I was expecting you give me the information about Rasji. And saa nimetafuta post, nimepata spati. And no matter how much we try, manze, we really need to act. Tunataka action. So, fanya hivyo tu DM.
Sawa, yeah. I'm trying as much as possible kutafuta information. He DM'd me some time back. I tried to call him. We could not get each other. But he texted me, and we have a friend here that also he was trying to track him, and he lost him along the way. So we don't know what is happening. We have never get more information from apart from ile ambao tuliongea akaniambia ameshikwa, ako Nakuru, ako ndani ya gari na hao watu wanamleta Nairobi na wanamuitisha 15,000. And nikamwambia mbona abductors wanamuitisha 15,000 how? So and then nikamuuliza nakupeleka wapi, akasema wanataka kunipeleka Nairobi. Nikamwambia okay, kama wanakuleta Nairobi, let's keep on tracking you. Simu uko nayo? Akasema simu niko nayo. So wakati tulienda tukatrack, tukapata alikuwa Njoro Molo, and from there tukampoteza hiyo area. So we don't know what is happening, but we are trying kupata kama tunaweza kupata more information. Shida hasa hatujapata mtu who is close with him or any family member kuja tuambie what's happening, but alikuwa ameniambia alikuwa alishikwa akienda kumtoa mtoto hospitalini. Nataka kuniambia ni hospitali gani. I don't know whether it was Nakuru ama ilikuwa ni hospitali gani. Yeah, but tunataka kuweka information out so that we can keep on sharing, ndio tuweze kujua by kesho kutenda namna gani. The El Shefe, welcome.
Thank you, Fabish. And it's a great honor to be in this space. So with me, with whatever has been going on, I've been speaking all over and all around through spoken words. I don't know if you're going to allow me 3 or 4 minutes even.
Go ahead,
Just
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Mic check 1 2, mic check 1 2 3. Wanasema nimecheck sana though hata token ya stima sijalipa. Cause sija update meter box yangu. KPLC walicheza na waya nikapata update ya no power countrywide. Hapa ndipo niligundua kuwa Kenya imezingirwa na giza. Kwa sasa penye giza pana siri ama ni serikali. We have leaders who are afraid of light but feed themselves during the night. Those speed lies during the day, hata night wa ukoloni hawezi fika hii level. We've tried our best kama young eagle akitaka kutoka kwa nest, but someone somewhere is killing us slowly, day in, day out, all in the name of leadership. Nilijoin forces niposa kupractice loyalty, democracy, serving the people, citizens for the country. But hii yote ni conspiracy of the highest degree. Politicians wananunua degrees na PhDs na hata akili ya kuzaliwa haiko, ni manifesto tu. First cry out on accountability and responsibility tuliitwa criminals and it was treason. But who is condemning all these on us? A killer, a dictator, mtukufu lies, a thief, a toxic guy. Next day ako church na sadaka nono. Utadhani anafanya kazi kwa bidii, kumbe anakula jasho yetu. You can't kill us and lead us. Parliament, Githurai, Kware, and Arasha. Take me back in time, 2007. This is a sacrifice for someone to benefit from. They have shown us how to deal with matters. Now it's out of hand. Manake, it's blood for blood. As Wazungu say, this is war. Where is our women politicians? Where are my pastors, my padre na clergy mzima? Location turned on kwa speakers zimekuwa hired, state house kuna crusade na maombi ya kufunga. But why lie to us every now and then? Children are innocent souls, but wamekuwa pia agenda ya siasa, na sasa hatuna masaa ya kupoteza. We call for accountability. Tukubali tukatae, this is not a call for negotiation or who is blinking fast. This is war and we march until we are unmatched. Where are we heading to where are we heading with this kind of dirty politics? To an extent maisha ya Kenya inachezwa kama poka, hata joka na kuanga serious kwa card though it doesn't make us laugh. Ni kesho utaona msaada wa magunia ya rice na huko lies zikispread hatupati wali. Fuck the politicians, the system and the endorsement. Father the government bure kabisa. One man down kwa battlefield, Roger Sargent, Ouma, Roger Sergeant Ali. I hope huyo ni Zakayo manake this is everyone's prayer, but mapastors na clergy wanafungia hii maombi na tumbo zao kubwa zimejaa wizi, ufisadi, damu za Kenya, chakula za msaada, taxpayers money, manifesto bure na kadhalika. We hope for the best, we pray for light, but we won't wake up tomorrow morning and make our future bright. Fire is burning and is now or never. We march to the battlefield because this is war. That is what I had prepared.
Wonderful. This is now what we call movement. Hizo talents zinasaidia kusukuma movement. Wonderful.
Oh my God. That guy.
Yes. Revolution. That is the spirit of revolution. You know. The spoken word, very powerful. Very, very powerful. Generally,
Fabish, um, I want someone to educate me about this, yeah. So why in Kenya there is two spokesperson, state house spokesperson and government spokesperson? That's one thing. Secondly, why in Kenya there is a mining ministry and there is a labor ministry? Because labor is supposed to be mining. Mining must come under labor, and spokesperson must come under one authority. Menipata. So I can understand why will Ruto appoint state house spokesperson and also government spokesperson? Yeah, for what? They don't get that one, please. Someone explain to me because me sipate hapo. Mimi hapana, you hapana, you hata.
kunazo
They don't get that one.
kunazo nyingi. Sasa vile umesema, even the Ministry of Labor, and then we have the Ministry of Public Service. Now, does that make sense? The Ministry of Labor and the Ministry of Public Service. What are those public servants doing? Is it not labor? Huh? So, yeah, alafu umesema, what is not making sense is we have government spokesperson and we have state house spokesperson. And do you know even we have a president spokesperson?
And why in Europe and in America people are earning paid per hour, hourly. Mimi say niko diaspora, I'm based in Amsterdam, the Netherlands. Yeah, and if you work at night, you get a double money. You get a double. Let me say, like if you earn 14 euros per hour, that's almost Kenyan shilling 1,400 Kenyan shilling per hour. You get a double of that. So why in Africa you don't get paid per hour, hourly pay? And in Europe you're gonna get an hourly payment. Also on top of that, you have also right to vacation money, holiday money. That will be paid every month, a yearly basis. That is in May, every month, every year, sorry, in the month of May. Why in Kenya we don't have such system?
Now,
Can I answer the one for working per hour?
Mood, even before before you ask this
I'm not an
questions.
expert, but just
in Kenya even we have ghost workers.
wacha tu nijaze hii nijibu hivyo the topic. Fabish, me I think why people in Kenya don't work per hour in Africa is because in Europe they have more money than they have hours. Here we have more hours than we have money, so that wouldn't work.
No, they are trying to misuse Africa, for their own selfish gains. That's what I see it, because you can't. In fact, it was just last month I went for a camp.
Yes, they have a lot of money. If you they have a lot of money. Okay, what you need to know about Europe is that they have huge amounts of capital. They can literally print money, so that money needs to be used somehow. And some of the let me give you an example. A huge part of France's money comes from the resources of countries that are not France, because here's how France works. France has mines in all over North Africa. Those mines are taken to be French assets, and then France can print money based on those assets. And now you have a huge amount of money that you need to give to people to work for. So you actually need a reason why you need to pay people more. You need to have very many concurrent payments for the money that is being printed. Here, all our money is practically worthless. So that can't work. We have very little money to give to people for them to do things. They have a lot of money. They are looking for people to give so that they can create value for it.
See the irony part now. Now you are saying that Europe, they have a lot of money, and that's why you're creating a reason to pay people so that you can use the money. Now here in Africa, we don't have the money, and now you are creating many reasons to give people money that you don't have. Like now, this one, you have a state house spokesperson, you have a government spokesperson. So you don't have money, but you are creating a reason to pay people with the money that you don't have. Unaona akili yetu kidogo, tuko na akili punguani. Something is wrong. So
And I think State House spokesman knew to it be a president.
I think there are also some guys here, a good boy and also son of faith that want to
yeah,
speak. Let's give them a chance, please.
yeah. Before we go to son of it and good boy, I want to know so that when you are coming, answer. I want to know State House spokesperson and government spokesperson. Is State House not government, and is government not State House? So son of it, go ahead and then tukuje kwa good boy.
Yes, I think according to what Dr. Muda is asking, this thing is on the economy. You know, Africa, most of African countries are third world countries. Like the economy of Europe and the America as continents. You can't compare the economy of Africa with those continents. Those countries are developed. Their economy is a bit higher. You know, we are struggling economically, and that is the reason why, you know, us as patriots or as citizens, we see that the country is struggling. Though we are raising taxes, and the government is misusing our. They are not using. They are misusing our taxes to raise all those kinds of services you are talking about. I don't know the government spokesperson, the president spokesperson. I don't know what spokesperson. There are very many services that the government are providing, but it's based on the economy. The Kenyan economy you can't compare with the Netherlands economy. I think that is the concern of Dr. Moody.
Yeah, good boy. Good boy. Okay, good boy, you are not ready. Let's go to El Shefe.
Okay, I think I have an answer for the previous speaker, and if you do your research well, the coastline for DRC Congo can feed the whole of Africa for the next 50 years. What our African leaders are doing at the moment, their partnership, they're going around the world, making partnership with the European nations. They come to Africa, they invade Africa in the name of these companies, cheap labor, and these loans, like the World Bank giving out loans to African nations. That scenario of Africa consists of third world countries. My friends, we are not poor. We are not poor at all, at all, at all. This is what the Muzungu who was in Africa during colonialism, he was the one who wrote this history. The history that we know is Africa can stand on its own. And that's why the Muzungu came in and hunted Muammar Gaddafi, because he wanted the same, Africa to stand on its own. Our leaders are very, very selfish. They only cover their asses with their own personal interest and personal gains. And that's why they will always go out and borrow loans so that they may feed their stomachs. And we suffocate from hunger. We suffocate from economic downfall. Go to DRC Congo. See about the roads. Very poor roads. But the country is full of minerals. These European nations, they come to our countries take the minerals, go back to their countries, make the final products, then come back to our country and sell the final products to us. And yet, we are the ones that are giving them minerals. So guys, we need to wake up. We have to say no to post-colonialism, because this is the era that you're living in. This is what has cost us each and every time we are on the streets, each and every time we are in these spaces, claiming that the government hasn't done this, the government is doing against its citizens' will, the government is suppressing each and every one of us. Our future is at hand. We can't dwell on the past. We have to deal with the government now.
Yeah, that is it. We are not poor in Africa. And what Dr. Mood was just raising is that in Africa, we have a lot of wastages. That is what he was trying to imply here. The reason why they are paying hourly in Europe, it is because they pay you according to the value that you provide, the service. You know, that's why they are paying you hourly. Ndio kama wewe unaenda kuchapa mausingizi yako kule, you are paid as the value that you bring. But here, unalipwa per month, unaweza amka. That is why you can go to offices, you find they are empty. The desks are deserted. Someone will just come and sit down for 2 hours, 3 hours, and is gone, because they know that at the end of the month, pesa zitaingia kwa account. But in Europe, you cannot do that shit. You are paid hourly. So there are a lot of wastages, mismanagement, even for the few little resources that we have. And that is why unaona kwamba kuna hizo duplication of roles. We have Ministry of Labor, we have Ministry of Public Service, as if those at the public service are not workers. So those are duplication of roles. And in many sectors, you will see the roles duplicating. So we are the cause of our problems. Like even here in Kenya, you could see the wastages and we keep crying. Ile budget huwa tunasomewa sijui 4.3 trillion. It is over exaggerated. Tell me, in a country ambayo iko na sober people, how do we make a budget of 4 trillion and then until we use 2.5 trillion in paying the wages and remuneration? And then we use another, I think 1 trillion until we pay our debts. And then we use only 200 out of it. Is it even making sense? Ati wewe uko na duka yako, unapata profit ya 200,000, alafu you use 180,000 in paying the salaries. And then you use the 20,000, 10,000 you use in paying the loan. Now you are remaining with 10,000 to pay your bills. Now you will go and take another loan for you to pay the bills. How is that not foolishness? These 2.5 trillion that we are using for salaries and remuneration, why can't we cut the size? And then now we can use that money and even put on the loan so that we can be able to pay more and we can finish on time and we start building our country. Now, even if you see, tell me, tuko na minister, a national minister of agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture. Then we will have a CC of agriculture at the counties. Is that not duplication of roles? So sababu tu watu wamejiweka pale kureward their friends and na kukula, you know. Yes, Daniel.
I think hapo penye unaongea Fabish, there's some things that people have. Okay, I say this on another space, but here's what we should understand about what Ruto is doing. Eh? You've ever watched those movies where an alien comes to Earth and then it puts a machine on the planet so that it can terraform the environment of the planet to suit its own home planet? That is what Ruto is doing. He's terraforming the country to suit the days he thrived the most, which is the Moi days. So he is recreating the Moi days because that is where he thrived the most. So all this chaos you're seeing, and among the things that Moi did, okay, is that he made sure that a specific part of the population was very, very poor. If that population is very, very poor, they can be manipulated by tiny, like token gifts. Like natokea huko nawapatia 100 ni wote mnanivutia. Natokea huko like Nigeria. I give the example of Nigeria. Yeah, in Nigeria, we all know how rich Nigeria is. But because of how poor the population is, they walienda maandamano wakapewa bagi ya mchele maji. Nakwambia bagi ya mchele. Mchele. Si mchele. Mchele bag moja watu wakarudi home na maandamano ikaisha hivyo. That is what he is recreating. He is recreating a population. Right now, if you saw, hata Maina Kageni posted it, there was some records being, some research that was being carried out. And apparently 99.7% of Kenya's population, none of them have more than 500k in their bank accounts. That is right now. In a year, that will even be another story. Okay? And that is what he is recreating. So if you don't understand what's happening, we're going to have a growing economy, but the people are getting poorer. And the resources that we are getting poorer for and unable to afford, they will start getting bought up by them, the people with large amounts of capital. That means kama sahii nasikia watu wakisema ati Moi University inaanguka. Moi University inaangushwa because Ruto is building a university there. And those two universities cannot exist at the same time. So Moi University has to die so that his university can thrive. Okay? Airport haiko inanyesha, airport ilifanyiwa inyeshe ndio tukasirike ndio iuzwe. Hatukuwa tunapata blackouts because Kenya inanga stima. It is because we needed a non-functioning electrical grid so that they can buy it. Expect more and more and more of these things. Number one, he's going to take most of our money from our hands, and then he will be the one deciding where the money goes because they are the owners of capital. So they can decide this part of Kenya will never get rich because they don't like us. And once you start liking them, you start getting rich. That is what Akina Kenyatta did to like Luo Nyanza areas, because Luo Nyanza, the reason it was so neglected for so long was because it was always in the opposition. They will do the same thing. Moi did the same thing to the coffee and tea. Everybody knows, like coffee and tea was killed during the Moi days because he did not want the Central Mount Kenya population getting wealthier because of what had happened in 1982. So Ruto is doing the exact same things, but now he's doing it to all of us. Because technically speaking, to him, because I don't know whether someone has read The Personality of a Narcissist. We are not understanding what Ruto is doing because none of us can understand, none of us can fully comprehend how a narcissistic mind works because it is incredibly difficult. Whatever you are able to see if you're not narcissistic, it is impossible. He cannot. Ruto can see the suffering. He knows it is there. He is incapable of relating with it. He is incapable of caring. Even if he wanted to, he would only care to the extent that it benefits him. It is a mental incapacity to care. He is incapable of doing it. All that he will do is what benefits him because that is all his mind knows to do. Huyu si mtu ati una expect a turn a different leaf. When he is there saying he is helping Kenya, somewhere in his deluded mind, he believes that he does. He believes he is. Somewhere in his deluded mind. That is why you cannot reason with him. When anasikia anauza airport and is going to get billions, in his mind, his benefit is Kenya's benefit. And you cannot disassociate the two from him. He genuinely thinks he's doing the right thing. And that is what makes him so dangerous. Because he cannot be convinced otherwise. There are people you can convince, we, tafadhali unaumiza watu. Kuwa na roho. He is incapable of such a thing. Someone with severely high levels of narcissism, he cannot be able to do it even if he wanted to. He would not know how to do it. It is ni kama mtoto. You're trying to explain to a child something that only an adult knows. The child will not be able to comprehend it even if you are looking at it. So you need to understand, Ruto is going to impoverish all of us and he's going to do it comfortably because it is going to suit his wants and his needs. He needs to be able to walk, kutembea huku kwa barabara aende anunulie watu tumboga na tubag twa mchele kwa market huko na watu wapige kelele wamfurahie sababu wamepatiana 1000. I remember when I was a child kabisa, was it Kibaki? I can't remember who it was. He came to a market, nilikuwa mtoto, akatoa sijui alitoanga pesa ngapi, nilisikia tu, I can't remember what it is, I can't remember. Akanunulia watu huko mavitu, watu wakafurahi. I remember people coming home with, like, everybody is walking around huko kwa barabara with manyanya, mawater, ati president amenunua. That is what he wants to recreate. He wants to recreate a situation where people are so poor, so desperate that he is the king that sits over all of it and he decides who gets wealthy and who gets poor. But if he allows a middle class to grow, he's going to have people that can question him. So know this with absolute certainty. If Ruto is there for the next 10 years, your future is dead.
Daniel. Hi, Daniel.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
nakusikia mkubwa.
Yeah, as we are about to close, nilikuwa nangojea huyu jamaa alikuwa anatengeza posters ya RasG, but maybe we will need to post kesho. Then yeah, vile ulikuwa nauliza story ya MFA. Someone has just told me kwamba kuna kesi ambayo imepelekwa kotini about concerning the Bill Gates and the Genzote movement. That Genzote movement are petition. So, and yeah, we would want to know.
Is there anything we can do? They maybe bombard that office with emails, like whatever.
No, first we want to know. Tunahitaji pia kuangalia the petition file. Alafu, I think pia tumepata a whistleblower that anaweza kusaidia the legal team about yeah, there are some information, credible information ambayo akipatia the legal team inaweza kusaidia reverse that immunity. So let's wait and see. Tukipata the petition, then we'll connect with that whistleblower that have the evidence of that immunity. I think we are getting we are getting it right.
Yeah, as long as we're doing something, it matters.
Oh, but now hatujapata ripoti kamili. Someone ananiambia the Bill Gates case haijatumwa kwa I mean it has not been filed in court, but I think it is a complaint that has been sent to akikula akishiba asumbui office. That is Musalia Mudavadi. So yeah, let's wait and see kesho. We'll keep on following the progress. Kindly, let's continue communicating mahali itaenda, ile the input ambayo tunaweza kuweka itakuwa sawa. So before tufunge, I think KD bwana, umepotea sana wewe. Hata nilikuwa karibu tuweka hashtag yako. How you doing?
Niko poa, hebu nipatie dakika mbili and then I can come, please. 2 minutes.
Aya, sawa, chukua dakika mbili.
No, I'm saying give me 2 minutes then I'll come on.
It's okay. Yeah. I'm trying to see, oh yeah. Okay. I think I'll post this one in Jambo. So nimeweka on the comment section, you can read the yeah. If you go to the comment section, you can read the letter. Daniel, the other people pia wanauliza vile unameuliza, the letter ule ambao imeandikwa to Mudavadi office. Yeah, that is a letter. I think Gen zote they requested from the office of Prime Cabinet, ambao pia anact kama CS wa tourism or foreign affairs, not tourism. So nafikiri Daniel utakuwa interested pia kupata reply, eh? That's the information you are digging.
Yeah, kabisa. No, I actually wanted to know, is there anything we can do as a collective so that isikwe kazi ya mtu mmoja? Like, even if we can bombard them. You see, this is just one letter. If these guys have like 15, 20, 1,000 letters, they're like, okay, we need to put a press conference or some shit and explain. And then when they do that press conference, then we have them. If they decide not to do a press conference, then guys will already be in court. Like, you see where I'm going with this? Like, we need to keep someone, they need to know, okay, this shit is in public and we need to do something about it.
Kaidi, uko tayari? I think
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. Right.
So, you know, say mna story interesting sana. But this is just my perception. And I might be right, I might be wrong. So take it with a grain of salt. Number one, hizi groups uko na watu aina tatu. And in every group, there's two kind of peoples, personalities. The first group, Wagania say host, co-host, speakers. And iko na two kinds of people. Number one, the people who devote themselves, they dedicate their time, gadgets, knowledge, research, and all that. And you want to share as much information as possible. Which on some spaces, people actually do a lot of authentication. So una do research such that the things you're supposed to share or give out, prove, justify, sio stories za jaba ama hypothetical. And then the second group in that group one are the kind of people who I think they just like being hard on spaces. They jump from space one to space two. Ukiruka kuja hii space unaitisha microphone. And you don't even know what the topic is. You don't have any information. You just want to be heard. And there are so many people of the kind. You can even come on the space and ask, mnaongea juu ya? And then that's it. Then it actually does more harm because we end up sharing a lot of misinformation on the spaces. The second group is the people who come on spaces and they have a lot of information to share because maybe they fall in that department or profession that maybe it's on the topic of what you're talking about. Now, in this group also, there are people who really want to share a lot because they have the insight of the information, or they're just people who love reading and getting to learn a lot of information. And then kuna wale hao watakaa tu wasikize, they send a lot of emojis, maybe when it's funny or when you're giving wrong stories or when you're giving a lot of wrong information. They don't comment, they don't do anything. Some of them will probably maybe do some texting on the whatevers. And then we have the most dangerous group. Hawa tukaa huko chini ya group kabisa. Wako types mbili, tatu actually. The first type is the very learned people, technocrats, who know a lot of information, but they are not, pride, I don't know how to put it. They just don't want to share anything. So what they do is they just come and listen, take notes of what is said that is very good, laugh at what is said that is very humorous, and they just let it go. They don't care. And then the second group we all know is the informers, the people who've been sent to just sift for information and get to know what is being spoken about. Kama story ni sensitive sana, they'll stay on the space. Kama mnaongea ujinga, I always imagine myself, maybe umekaa mahali wanasikia tukiongea ujinga, wanacheka mpaka wanaanguka because you're not saying anything that makes sense. And then we have the third group that we really, really have to take care of because I call them the voiceless. Not everyone has the guts and confidence of speaking on spaces. They are the society that is so much confused, lost, and don't have a good direction on which way to go. So what we share is very sensitive because you either enlighten or mislead. And that is where group number one is very, very important, especially kama unakuja kwa group na wewe ndio the furbishes and the likes who host. You should be able to shut down anyone who comes and gives hypothesis. We're not sure what you're talking about, or stories haziko validated. So far I know of groups that I know I can't go to because itakuwa ni ati Fabish alifanya ati nani
KD, umeenda wapi KD? KD.
Why probably groups have, these spaces have ended up being so much of not authentic the way they used to be when they started. We had a time when we had these professionals come and host spaces, madaktari.
Am I the only one losing KD? No, KD. Okay, you are back. KD. I think the network. Generally.
I think ni connection problem. Hata mimi simsikii.
Yeah, I think kuna connection issue.
Yeah.
So, na alikuwa I always like how he imparted the knowledge. Sababu najua profession yake ni information and you know how to dissect it very well. Anyway, KD, I hope utapata network. So generally, wacha tufunge. Do you have any closing remarks, statements so that we can tumekaa hapa 10 hours now?
Yes, maybe my closing statement, like the way people talk, by the way, it inflicts some pain kwa watu, like what the hell is going on in this country. So this revolution, we are not going to leave anyone behind, and I just want us to start the radicalization by ourselves from where we come from. Like from where you come from, if you are blessed, you have a wife, or you have children, or you have people who depend on you in the one way or the other, and they are young generation. So tutakuwa tunakat hizi fuel pia zifiki pali pengine kama you are not complying with us. Kama mimi nime make recommendation and resolution today that before my younger siblings waniombe pesa, like I don't have Wi-Fi, I don't have bundles, I'll put a requirement that you must also be in these spaces because you are an adult. You must be here. We cannot be fighting for you while you are there on TikTok doing videos while the country is heading to a wrong direction. So tukikat hizi fuel zifike kwao, we tell them that if we give you bundles today, I want to see you in space and I want you to contribute because the young mind, we need those young minds here. And we need each and every information that you may have that may help drive us together. So we deny them some stuffs. Kama the bundle tunawapea and they are not using them in a useful way, we cut them. If they are goodies, we always give them and they are not playing the tune of the revolution, we cut them off. So if we cut them off, they'll start complaining like, hey, I have to do this for me to get this. So we have to drag each and every person. Another way also, and the last way also, and this one is so radical, like for us who are married, for us who are having girlfriends, for those of us who will be not supporting our movement, and if you are a girlfriend, we will even start a movement now of we will start even a resolution of denying you conjugal rights. The rights now you will be denied the rights. We will not be playing with you on bed and the country is heading to a wrong direction. If you are not standing with me when I'm on space, because the bundles are there, the Wi-Fi is there, tutakuwa tunaingia hapa wote, tunaendesha inchi tukiwa pamoja. So if you don't do that, we call for a conjugal cut. If you want it, we tell you it is not around, it is not there till you join us as a team. So we just have to be radical, and the radicalization will start from where we stay. Uweke resolution, useme ati baba nani today we have to do it. No, we are not doing it. I'm going to give you a space kwa X, uongee, you say your mind. If you can't speak your mind, away with it, and I'm not going to entertain that. That's how you are going to do it. Then the companies, these companies, with them, they are at the joyride of improving themselves, improving their sales, where people are suffering. They will be bringing product, they are marketing, na sisi tutakuwa tunafanya demarketing hapa. Tunawambia the product you are being told is fake, until them also they start buying the same ideas. We want to hold each and everyone accountable, because the people, at long last, if we fight this thing and we win, They are the people who will enjoy the fruits. They are the people who will brag that we made it. So we will cut across. Boycotting itaanza kwa nyumba, with the relatives, with the people close to us, tuende mpaka in these companies. We will even go to churches tuambie watu like, it is high time kama you people in the church, you can't speak the truth about this country. We can hold these churches kwa spaces, and we can even invite big pastors from abroad. The guys from abroad can champion for that. We get good pastors and we will be holding big services here, because if we are paying tithes there and you people, you are not preaching our language, you are not part of us. So hii revolution itafika wakati we are bringing people on board, but some people tutaamua kuwafinya kidogo ndio wakue kwa movement. So it is always so radicalization from today ianze kwa nyumba, tukisonga juu. Kishapanga nyumba huku chini, tuanze kupanga makampuni, tuanze kupanga each and every places. Hatutaki kuacha mtu yote out of space. Then we also have our guys when they are willing to support us in this movement, but wamefinywa by the dictatorial employers huko industrial area. And there's this big tumbocrat, this guy called Atuoli, who has been dancing by the government all the time. This guy is also high time tumvuruge, because watu wanaumia kwa kazi and he has never fought for the rights of workers. What he know is to dilly-dally with the politics of the day. Yeye pia huyo jamaa watu walisalimiwa all that period na tulimsahau, na huyu mtu ndiye ameweka watu on their toes. He has enacted laws that cannot even allow public to do the workers to do politics in work, because politics is healthy, it helps improve the nation, but wameweka restriction of sackings, intimidation. Yeye pia salimiwe na ambiwe KOTU should be disbanded. KOTU is never defending Kenya. KOTU is a union that has been formed to defend Atuoli and his cronies, because there's no one who benefits from KOTU. Workers are suffering. Watu ukienda industrial area, mtu amekatwa mkono na mashini ya muhindi, is being paid 10,000 and is being chased from the company. And these are the also vocal people that if they start speaking, they are blackmailed and they are sacked from jobs. So we will start visiting people one by one. Ni revolution itafika like kampuni itafeel like kuna venye tunafinywa, we have to stand with these people, and that is the way to go. Thank you very much.
Hey, Generali, hapo nakubali 100%. Radicalization. Brenda. Freeman.
Yes,
Tunaanza kwa family. Unaambiwa mama akikwambia hivi muulize kwanza, wewe unasema nini katika hii movement? Go ahead, Freeman.
Thank you, nimeingia space hii. Asante for the opportunity. Generali amesema mambo ya busara. Yeah, I second him. Amesema ukweli kabisa. Kitu I want to be brief sababu ulikuwa umesema watu tu wa nini remarks. Kuna kitu Generali amezungumzia kuhusu ignorance ya watu wetu. Watu wachache wanatetea wengine. Ukiona sahi kwa group, most groups like yako, unapata maximum of 200 people daily kwa your space, 200 people. And we have over 10 million social media users. Sasa unashinda 200 ni percentage 0.00 something kwa wenye wanatumia social media. Na hii nani theme umesema tunazungumzia about revolution. Lakini sasa only few people are so vocal wenye tunawatetea tukizungumza kwa social media, na tusieti tunaongelea mambo ya kufight pombe ama kufight bull ama kufight social media. No, we are advocating for sanity, for liberation, for revolution, for good leadership and governance in our country. Sahii Fabish, hii group hii theme ya hii space kama ingekuwa mambo na ingekuwa ina insinuate something to do with sex, unge realize watu 1,000 wangejaa hapa sahi. Ama huyu the perennial liar, the president of this country, I'm sorry to call him, to refer him perennial liar.
Nothing because, to be sorry, that is what he is.
Yes. Hata ID yake anataka na change kwe William Samoei Ruto perennial liar, aongeze hiyo mawili kwa ID yake. So kama hii group Ruto angekuwa saa hii space, ungepata watu wangejaa mpaka inajaa. Mtu kama nani angekuja, mwanasiasa angekuja, lakini mbona ikikuwa mambo na revolution, tukidiscuss pertinent issues, pressing issues yenye inatuaffect kama nchi, unapata tuko wachache. That's something which really pisses me off, inanikadhabisha sana. So vijana wenye muko huko nje, tafadhali isikuwe watu wachache wanawatetea, ikuwe ile wanasema mkulima ni mmoja, walaji ni wengi. Unakuwa huko nje unasema serikali ni mbaya, lakini wewe ni umechangia kivipi ndio to make sure that yale mabaya ambayo yanatendeka tuyazungumzie and we do away with these leaders and bad governance. So what a general has said ni ukweli, naunga mkono. Then kitu ingine Fabish, kuna hii maneno ilikuwa imeanza, ilikuwa mzuri hii salamu ya kutuma shilingi moja ama SMS kwa wanasiasa wale ambao wameenda against the will of the common mwananchi. Tungeri kama saa hii huyu Atuoli kwanza ameserve kwa labor body for more than 30 years, and we have competent and qualified Kenyans who can serve in the same position. So kama vile generali amesema, mbona hata siku moja tunasema leo kesho tunataka tusalamie nani? Tumsalamie Atuoli, at least akuwe embarrassed. Haya, tunaenda tunasema Moi kumekuwa na mismanagement. Me I am alumni wa Moi University. During our time, at least Moi bado ilikuwa haikuwa mbaya, lakini kwa hii miaka Kosgei tu vile aliingia, the situation is one thing. So tunasema tunataka tusalamie management ya Moi tu, yani tupigie simu au tunaandikia SMS or email. Tunasema tunataka email ya Moi University, let us embarrass them. At least ndio wajue we are not entertaining what they are doing. Next pia tunasema kuna huyu Cherargei kesho kutwa tumsalamie hivyo hivyo. At least that's how we are going to one of the ways we can sanitize bring sanity in our country. So sina mengi, najua nimeongea sana na imekuwa usiku, it's past midnight. Kesho ndaingia space mapema jioni, alafu tutazungumzia mengine. Thank you so much Fabish.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Okay, thank you Freeman.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Kesho kuja mapema.
Sawa
Basi tutaanza kujiradicalize hapa tukisema tunaweka space, let's say 4 o'clock.
Alafu
tukisema tunaweka space
nilikuwa
4
nataka
o'clock, tunataka kuona tumejaa kwa space, hata kama uko kazi, but at least weka headphone, wewe unasikiza watu wakiongea.
Yeah. I forgot something.
I was curious kwenye KDA juu alikuwa na katakata na tukusikia alikuwa anasema.
Ndio hiyo network inamwangusha. Okay.
Mimi kuna I was following afu ukanitupa mahali. So I was trying to make sense. Afu ukaenda.
Mimi ama Fabish?
Wewe.
Oh, sorry, maybe my network Wi-Fi is not stable. Sorry for that. Nilikuwa nazungumzia tu mambo na sijui kama unanisikia saa hii, let me clarify. Nilikuwa nazungumzia about sisi vijana, watu wenye tuko social media, tuko wachache wenye tuna advocate for changes in our country, na kuna watu tu wako ignorant, wananyamaza kule nje, and yet we have many social media users in our country. Why don't they join these spaces and make their contributions, so that their voice can be heard? And then the other thing is wale leaders ambao wana misbehave, tunasalamia hawa kwa simu ndio wakuwe hata embarrassed. Alafu jambo la mwisho ambayo nilikuwa nimesahau, nataka pia sisi wenye tuko kwa space kama sisi sasa wenye tumebaki hapa, at least tukue ambassadors wa kuleta wale wako nje. Those guys, we tell them when they have smartphones, wajoin X so that wachangie pia. Yeah, thank you Fabish. See you tomorrow.
Thanks a lot.
Good night.
Good night. Yes, let's continue spreading the space, to many people in our DMs, in our TLs, in our and then be informing others that they're not yet joined. Wacha to grow this platform ya kuwa tunaongea and we go discussing on the tough issues that we need to face as a country.
Fabish,
KD.
can I suggest something?
Yes, Daniel.
Can I suggest something? Juu si basi ikuwe imperative kaa watu ni speaker, watu wenye wote waongei wanawafollow, so that every time they wana space they can see.
Sijakusikia mimi.
Ikuwe imperative that when guys are on a space, the guys who are not the speakers, they follow the guys who are speakers, because clearly according to the theory by KD, only a tiny percentage ever speak, the majority don't. So therefore, the only way to amplify the voices of those who speak is to the ones who don't, to amplify them, because you can't amplify it yourself. So kama kila mtu akifuata Fabish, every time Fabish is on a space, you can see it on your notification. I think that's a good way. Since you can't speak, then I don't know, amplify the ones you do.
And then like kitu nilikuwa nataka kuambia ni kuwa hizi spaces zinashangaza. After I finish the space, when you go to the analytic, utaona kumbe watu wengi sana they were tuned in. You can find that in a session, maybe like 10 hours, we are listened by almost 10,000 people or even more. So our voices are going very far. Yes, Daniel. So I think tutafunga. Tumekuwa now almost more than 10 hours. But we are not tired. We have enough energy to push this movement. Personally, my energy is full to the brim. Kaende. So we need to put our energies together. Na KD umerudi. Hebu malizia KD. Hii network yako. KD malizia alafu tufunge.
Thanks, man. Anyway, what I was just saying is very simple. With even the analytics you're giving, you have to think of what you're saying and who's listening to you. Are you selling a good idea or are you talking gibberish? Because sometimes inaweza kuwa na sauti poa, but vitu unasema ni futile. And that determines a lot. Why is it that there's some people who can join a space and immediately unapata ziko na watu, very interactive? Or ask yourself why you can join a space that has so many people and you don't have the guts of asking for a speaker position. Una understand? So what I was just saying is, like me personally, it got to a point. The question I asked myself was, mbona Citizens Assembly iliisha? And then you get to a point and unasikia kama, for example, yesterday, who actually halted the Ken truck or whatever? It was these lawyers. Now they're gonna hold spaces, they're gonna around 60, 70,000 people. Then the question I ask myself is, do I really make sense when I speak on these spaces? Do I fact check myself before I ask for the speaker panel? Tunaongea juu ya Bill Gates, tunaongea juu ya Kenyatta and all his times, tunaongea juu ya hourly rates and stuff like that. And actually you have your phone with you, can actually be both on space, and you have Google, Wikipedia can give you all the answers before you even start to say something. The reason I say that is because that band, the group 3 people, our Gauku hivi chini, there are so many people with very, very good and knowledgeable information who will just fact check and are like, huyu msee anaongea ujinga. Kuna wase wakopa wa gava wanacheka baka wanajikojolea because we are lying to ourselves. And that is where we do ourselves more harm, because sa ukipata, for example, let me give a rough example. Okay, someone's mic is on.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll give a rough example. Fabish wakes up and says, wait, wase, twende streets kesho. Bebeni maji na nini na nini na nini. And you know, you're giving us that motisha, yeah? We all have to go out. You understand? And then someone comes and says, minta kuja na helicopter. Ama minta kuja na gun, bazooka. So we all have this morale, yeah, oh, it's going to happen. But there's someone in that group who knows it's not even going to happen. Kuna polisi wako hapo wanapanga, wanajua, oh, wanaenda Koinange street, tutafunga hiyo street. Wanakuja na gun, tutakuja na I'm just giving rough examples, not like it, don't take it very realistic. So everything you're saying, first of all, number one, will be countered because you're giving too much information, will be fact checked because the information you might be giving may all be but ni maono uko nayo kwa kichwa yako, and you just end up misleading everyone. Then the next time we say let's go for maandamano, the numbers dwindle. Why? Because we are living a fantasy. We are living it's an unrealistic whatever. So pangu mimi ningeulizwa Fabish and the other people who host spaces. You had a space yesterday and somebody came and he was talking on how you guys have personal issues. For me, that was nonsense. If I have an issue with you, to your story, than keeping people here waiting for 15, 20 minutes telling me of how, you know, you're going in my private life and I don't like the way you think, and that doesn't concern me. So it's far much better if I come and, for example, the way this group was like 2 hours ago, the how question was the main focus. How do we get ourselves thinking of a better life? How did Kenyatta do it? How did Mau Mau get to fight their war? How did Uhuru Kenyatta become president? How is it that Ruto is doing A, B, C, and D, and we can be able, you know, the how questions whereby now you'll actually be able to brainstorm and think of doing things on a more constructive. Even if you don't find the right answers, you have some form of direction. Lakini hii kuja kuambia na story, sijui kama ni ukweli ama ni urongo, I think it loses a lot of authenticity, and the people who are supposed to have the confidence of talking will just be demoralized. The hopeless will even now become more hopeless, and then now the few people who want to please themselves by being on this.
KD, what are you saying exactly? That
what am I saying? What am I saying is, if you let me finish to understand, it's good to have these spaces, but when we get on the speaker panel, we have to keep it in mind that we are people with different personalities. I'm supposed to get a lot of confidence from you based on how you speak. You understand what I'm saying? Do I make sense? If you come to me and give me stories that are going to make me feel hopeless, I will lose hope. Tomorrow, if you say, let's do A, B, C, and D, I'll remember what you said yesterday. It's going to make me feel, but yesterday he said we cannot do A, B, C, and D. So before nichukue microphone nikuje kubonga, with so many information that I have, can I be sure of what I'm saying, that it makes a lot of sense and it's right, kabla nikuje kuongea vitu?
No, KD, unajua, how you are thinking, and I know based on your background, wewe unajua wewe umefanya mambo information fact checking, lakini nakwambia on the grounds things are different, and you cannot curtail someone. Wacha mtu akuja azungumze ile information yeye ako nayo amba anafikiria ako nayo. Sasa akikuja, sasa mtu kama KD ako hapo, atakuja mwambie okay, vile umeongea tumesikia hapa kwa space mara nyingi, unasikia sama atakuja aseme oh, Brenda umeongea very good points, lakini sasa Bill Gates akwa hivi, alikuwa hivi na hivi na hivi, you know.
Fabish, let me cut you short.
Let me cut you short. because
me
you
cut you
cannot
short.
get people from talking.
No. Let me cut you short for me to reiterate or rather shed light on what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say you should not say what is on your mind. What I'm saying is it would be better for me to come and ask, how can we do A, B, C, and D? I have this idea in my mind, but I'm not sure about it. How about A, B, C, and D? Then now we can have a discussion. Do I make sense? I hope I did.
Yeah,
that is all I'm trying to say.
Some people, we are all mature, and the way you have your own different etiquette and someone have their own. Some people come, they ask their question by making statements. Some people, they ask their questions by claiming. So what you just need to do is, as a listener and as a follower of these spaces, you first need to understand that we are very different people, and people come from different backgrounds. So you just know how you are consuming and digesting this information, and how you are going to tackle it, so that at least everyone can be at liberty. Because you cannot tell someone that you should come, this is how you should talk, this is how you should ask, this is how you should. No, let everybody be. Then now from there, you, like someone like you now, KD, you understand, unajua kwamba okay, this person alikuwa anajaribu kudrive this point, and perhaps this is how it is, so that everyone. Lakini sasa huwezi kuambia mtu ati this is how you are supposed to come and talk, this is how you are supposed to.
Wewe unielewi. And for the sake of my brothers and sisters on this group, I'll not
watu wengi hawatakuelewa. Si mimi,
hold on,
ukisema mimi, a lot of us maybe
hold on. You are the one who's not understanding me because you're the one who's confronting me. Now, because I know you, I'll talk to you on the side. Then maybe in your own words, you'll be able to share. Because first of all, when ndio unafaa kuwa moderator wa hii group, unashika. So wacha tuongee kando ndio isikae ni kama tuna create another group ya kukabaka 1 hour. I hope I make sense.
Sawa. Ndaga.
Hello?
Vipi?
Hey, you get nanipata?
Nakupata clear.
Sasa hata mimi nashindwa, mbona mnakwaruzana saa hizi? We are all the soldiers of the cause.
Hakuna kukwaruzana.
We are all the soldiers of the same cause. I'm from the minority groups, yani mnaititaga minority. The very people ambao wako very less. But I feel the same pain you guys feel. Nyinyi mko capital city, sisi tuko huku ndani mashinani. So when you talk about this, we relate with all of this. So when I just want to make this point clear, we are the soldiers of the same cause. Every day when we go out, we face the same troubles. We face everything the same, the taxes and everything. So when we say resist, we have to resist. We have to revolt. When they come like goons, we go like goons. Every day, even in our thinking. Someone told me, kwamba, when you think in English, your thoughts will come in English. So when you think like Ruto, your thought will come like Ruto. So when you think like a revolutionary, your thoughts will always come like a revolutionary. So it always be the way you think, the way you place your mind. That's when your thought comes to. I hope I'm clear. You guys are getting me?
Very clear. Go ahead. Inject, bro.
Yes, that's it. So we have to think like revolutionaries, like Chigo, like whatever, who you know. So when we say resist or inject or whatever, we are going that way. So when we think about that, let's overshadow everything. And then we go in like that. I don't care about what will happen after that, but our main objective is this enemy. And when we get rid of that enemy, we know what we'll do next. So let's focus with one thing about these people, the abductors, whoever, the who people that are faking shoddy deals. Let's do them. Let's visit them. And that's my submission. I think the time is going on. I don't want to block other people from talking.
Thank you so much. Kwanza tunafurahi sana kusikia because unaongea kutoka mashinani. And we are happy that now we are connected with mashinani. This is a true testimony that the revolution is getting everywhere. Because always sometimes tunasema maybe mashinani hii message haijafika, but now you have come to affirm and confirm that tuko mashinani, mumeshika na mumeshika mko ngangari. So
ndani.
Yes, hii kwanza umekuja kutufanyia justice. Unajua zingine wale proponents, wale watu wa 527 wanakuja wanatuambia hapana, unajua ile kitu nyinyi mnaongea ukienda huko mashinani mambo ni different. But now, yeah, we have a proof. Hata mashinani kwanza we are connected. Generally.
And we are fearless. Generally iko sawa, mtu iko sawa kabisa. You are aligned like kama hizo masatellites za Starlink.
So watu waache kutudanganya kwamba ati watu wa mashinani sijui bado hawajapata. That is why mimi nilisema I think we have done a very great work in doing civic education. Yani message ilishafika. This is now the time for action. This is the time for action. Watu kudanganya, message ishafika.
Kama naweza fanya huku at my county level and then you do them at the capital level and then someone does it somewhere else, the threshold of the whole thing will be far much greater than you doing, guys, only in Nairobi. It will be just something very holdable, something very controllable.
Like sasa Mdaga wewe uko kaunti gani?
Niko 006 ambaye ni Taita Taveta.
Okay.
Yes.
General, umesikia mashinani tuko sawa, tumeanza it's only a matter of time.
Yeah,
so pinyileni hapo mashinani go ahead, General.
It's not even a matter of time. We are in the moment. It's just the correct wordings and mobilizations, getting good grip of whatever we are doing. Because many people will always look on what we are doing and whatever we have to offer. What is it we are championing as people? So when we do that, more people will get into our own ideologies, or maybe they will relate. Not, I don't understand. I can't just say in general, but they will follow us, but they will get into their own situations relating to our own situation. So that will be a good thing, because that's it. Everyone akona ile pain ana feel ye mwenyewe, and it's against the same person. So we have no common friends, but we have the common enemy.
Thank you. Yes, we have common enemy. Yeah, Daniel, wacha tufungiri sasa. Daniel alafu Generali.
Okay, I wanted to remind people, especially with what KD was saying, that there's actually a very well-researched theory that says that social change in any population of people, whether it's small or big, is actually brought about when just 10% of the people do something. So we don't need everyone to do anything. In fact, if 10% of the population of Kenya decides anything, it succeeds. It doesn't matter whether you're 50 million or 100 million. This is an actually very well researched theory. Like right now when you publish 10,000 people are watching your nini, you don't need all the 10,000 to do something. You only need 10% of it. That is how all change is done throughout the world. Any population of people, it's always that 10%, 20% theory. Anytime that number does something, it succeeds. That's how God made us. So right now we don't need everyone to be on the same side. We just need that critical. It's actually called the tipping point theory. Go look at it. The tipping point of all societal causes. Once they reach that 10%, boom, they succeed. So people should know that.
That's true. Yes, that's true. Ras the fireman.
Hey, hello?
Yes, Ras.
Yeah, respect, much respect, man, much respect. Yeah, Fabish, really salute you. You're really a true soldier, true comrade. Um, yeah, freedom fighter. I salute you. Um, I think, yeah, um, nime- nimekuwa spaces nyingi na most of the time I'm just listening because, simu ni kazi, ni kazi, kazi, kazi all the time. Mm. Yeah, si tuko nje, but yeah, we always, behind you guys. Um, yani wewe una dedicate muda wako kwa hii movement, so I really salute you. Kina KOT, you guys, you are unsung heroes, so we are always behind you. Um, kitu ambacho nataka pia kugusia ama kusisitiza katika hii movement, unity is, it's, united we stand and divided we fall. So nikirudia hapo nyuma kidogo, najua kuna mambo mengi, revolution sio kitu cha kusema kwamba ni nyote mtafika the finishing line. Kuna wengine watachoka, wengine watanunuliwa and all that stuff. But yeah, we really have to try, our best kujaribu kupatiana moral na kuenda kwa finishing line, na kushinda maovu, kushinda sisi tuko na adui mmoja. So what I want to I don't know if I think it's a bit of like a question ama ni kitu kama clarification kwa Fabish ama kwa wengine pia, but specifically wewe uko well informed on the ground. Sisi tuko nje, wengine tuko kwa baridi huku, but yeah, we are behind you guys. Ni kama kidogo kuna disunit katika hii movement. Kulitokeza naongelea tu, ni kama sitaki kuvunja watu moral, but yeah, hivi bado najua kwamba tutashinda hii vita. So nilikuwa tu nataka kujua kuna certain wigs ambao walikuwa forefront katika movement, kina Boniface Mwangi, kuna kina Cairo, kuna kina anaitwaje huu, kuna mwingine ule alihost ile ya president Otero, hao watu ambao ni wanaitwa tu nani influencers, unaona all of a sudden wakapotea after financial nani hii finance bill, alafu ukatokezea pia hawa kina Samuel ambao we've been supporting them, you know, huyo naye kidogo akafifia, then recently akatokezea huyu mwingine amekula pesa yetu, alafu I really don't know what really happened. Naona sana sana ameanza kuchukia X, alikuwa anaongea sana mambo mengi ya nani na anaongelea vibaya kuhusu X, alafu kuhusu X spaces naona anaenda sana nani kwa TikTok huko, ni kama ana more followers so nilikuwa nataka kujua huyu jamaa was he bought? Manake ni kama divide watu, alafu ni kama ni sahihi anajaribu pia kudivert hii revolution, unaona. It's not like before kitu ambacho nilianza kumdoubt, alafu hata I did really stop kumsupport na contribute anything is alifeli kuona our fallen heroes on the 25th, you know, just recently, last Sunday. So I was very disappointed, but yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, you host, Fabish, you have a bit of more information, what is really going on. And I just want you about to close the space. Sitaki kurant ama kuongea sana, sababu hata pia mimi mwenyewe nimechoka, nimetoka tu job saa hii. Nilikuwa nataka kuuliza, kuna huu jamaa Eric Omoni, naona he's also a true soldier, ni mtu ambaye ana fight. Why don't you kumuinvite katika hizi spaces, you know, at least kuja kuweka moto, unaona, kwa sababu this space, the way I see it is, you know, you are really, you know, a true patriot, na ni space ambayo ina fight, you know, for the true, you know, freedom fighters. So yeah, kama kidogo unaweza kwa hayo machache mengi kidogo, kama unaweza pia kidogo kunipatia moja mbili tatu kabla hatujapumzika. I will really appreciate it.